Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple: to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Welcome to the Select Board Workshop meeting of Saturday, March 2nd, 2024. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is exactly 9:03, and I would ask that you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And I just would like to remind the public that this is a workshop meeting, and I will not be taking public comment during this meeting. So we will start with our affordable housing policy review and update. Mr. Renshaw, anything?
Well, just good morning, everyone. Thrilled to be here for our second planning workshop. It's been literally 6 months, I think, since our last. We've got an information-packed and action-packed agenda this morning and into early afternoon, so I'm going to turn it over to Kim Fish, our extraordinary housing coordinator. Kim?
Ooh, now I have to live up to that in my presentation. I'm the opening act here.
Welcome, Kim.
Hi, for the record, again, I'm Kim Fish, the housing coordinator. And I'm here to talk about two topics today. The first one is the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. Some of these slides you've already seen, but I thought it was important to put them together and just reiterate some of the facts in here. So on the agenda for this particular topic, introduction, the application process, current funding, funded and constructed projects, and then what's next. The Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund was created in 2011 by Sessions Law Acts of 2011, Chapter 29, for the promotion, expansion, and/or retention of affordable housing. The Select Board are the trustees of the fund. It is funded by community preservation funds, recurring funding sources, free cash, and donations. So the application process, this is something we have not gone over before, and I thought it was important because you guys see some have been part of the working group, and then you see when an applicant comes before you, but what all happens in between.
Yeah, could you mention for the public what those reoccurring sources are, fund sources?
Sure, it's the hotel motel tax and the what was the other one? The short-term rental. Yeah, but it's called impact fee? Community impact fee. I forget that name all the time, the community impact fee.
Thank you.
Yes. So the application process, it starts with the applicant filing a letter of intent, and the housing coordinator reviews to ensure the project qualifies under the Enabling Act of the fund, and if it does, then the applicant is advised to proceed with filing of the application. Once the application is filed, the housing coordinator reviews to confirm it is complete. Once the application is complete, and if the developer has not gone before a planning board, the housing coordinator distributes the application to various town departments for input. And I just want to just clarify that. Usually, the ones that I've had that have come before us since I've been here, they have already gone through the permitting process, so they've been fully vetted by the departments. But if they haven't, it's important for them to go through that process to give that information to the working group and then in turn the select board. The applicant then goes before the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund Working Group, which is which is appointed by the town manager to advise on funding recommendations. It consists of a select board member, assistant town manager, town planner, housing coordinator, a representative from both the Community Preservation Committee and the Affordable Housing Committee. The town manager also attends. At this meeting, applicant presents the project and answers any questions the working group may have. The working group then reviews and evaluates the project to give their recommendation to the town manager. The applicant and the housing coordinator, and the housing coordinator goes representing the funds working group and the town manager's recommendation. They go before the CPC for the CPC's, and that's the Community Preservation Committee, for the CPC's review and recommendation to the select board. Once there is a recommendation from the funds working group, town manager, and the CPC, the applicant then goes before the select board as trustees of the fund. If the select board, as trustees, approve the application, the housing coordinator drafts a commitment letter and a grant agreement outlining the terms of the grant and sends to town council for review. Once town council completes review of the documents, the grant agreement is sent to the applicant for their review. Once there is a final document, the applicant sign, then town council, town accountant, and town manager. So there's a whole process. It's not just, here you go, sign documents. There's a whole process involved. There's a lot of eyes on them. In the grant agreement, Exhibit A, description of work and disbursement schedule, lays out the requirement for each disbursement of funds. The recipient must meet each requirement in order to receive a disbursement. Housing coordinator processes the disbursement, confirming recipient has met all requirements. And in your packet, I included scans in PDF form of 4 samples of that Exhibit A, so that you can see each distribution and what some of the requirements are, and they vary for project to project. And this wasn't just made up. When I started doing, the old grant agreements had this too, but when I came, when in looking at them, I thought, geez, I'm gonna take a look at and meet with the zoning administrator and some of the developers to see what does this really mean for them. And on the ZBA angle, there's a lot of things that happen after the comp permit is granted. There's a lot of requirements that the developer still has to meet. So I wanted to be on the same page as the zoning board as well, so that we can work in conjunction. If there's a certificate for landscaping that needs to be, that's a requirement of the comp permit, I wanted to put that in the grant agreement so that we're working together. But I also met with the developers, and I found that what goes on their end, because I had no idea. And they were extremely helpful in telling me, what does 50% completion really mean? What can they provide? And they can provide the certificates from the developers that are working on the project. Also, they had let me know that it would be better for them to receive a larger distribution in the early days of the project, like disbursement 1. And because disbursement 1 typically happens after the construction loan closes, and they have to provide proof that that construction loan has closed. And what they were having to do was draw off that construction loan and then paying unnecessary interest when they have funds here available without having to pay interest. So I decided to then put a larger distribution on that first one, so they didn't have to draw off that construction loan. So you'll see that in those documents. It reflects that.
Kim, can I ask a question?
Sure.
On the application process, number 3, if the project qualifies under the Enabling Act, they proceed. If it doesn't qualify, do you have the authority to tell them why it doesn't qualify and go back to the drawing board?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I do. But I mean, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And if there are any questions, of course, I would defer to town council, management. So I wouldn't, if I did have a question, I wouldn't just
Of course, thank you.
pretend I know.
Who's our current representative from the select board on the committee?
Nancy.
Me.
Yeah.
Kim, following up on Angela's question, would it make sense that they always go to you first, as opposed to going to the planning board and going through that? I mean, would it be advisable for them to, touch base with you first? you think?
Well, so there are things that happen behind the scene that I did not put in here because I wanted to just go, just stick with the application for the fund. But there are a lot of developers that do come to me first and say, hey, you know, I have this idea for a project, but I'm not sure if I can make it work financially. And those are the ones that you've seen in some of the slides that are undisclosed projects, that they have come to me and they want to move forward, but I don't want to, I can't disclose it yet because I don't want to, ruin any sales that they could be, any negotiations. And then also we have met, if there's something going on, we'll pull in Jed, the town planner, or Noreen from ZBA, and we'll all meet together to see how we can move forward with this project.
Another one. When they come to you early and they say, we're looking for funds, shouldn't that be an initial part of what's delivered to the select board for consideration on the LIP application?
I could put it in the report in a, in the memo, maybe? I mean, I could.
Because when we're agreeing to support a project in the LIP application process, we should know going in, what are they seeking?
Okay. I have not had any of the applications that we have had thus far come to me at such early days because I had just gotten here, but I have since had, like Habitat for Humanity has come to me, and there's a couple others that that I can't disclose yet in a public forum.
Right.
So moving forward, I definitely could add that into a memo that goes to the select board as part of the application package.
And I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Doug, could you, just so I understand, could you kind of rephrase that or restate that question?
Just, when they come to the select board looking for project support,
Yep.
I think it's fair to ask them what type of
Incentive?
that they're looking for.
Incentive, right, okay.
You're talking about LIP application.
I am.
Specifically, right?
Well, that's the ones that we see early on.
And we're going to talk a little bit about
Yeah,
LIP
when
later.
they're further on.
If
Oh,
they're-
so you mean at the LIP application
That's-
phase? Oh,
Yes.
so we'll touch upon that before.
Second half of her presentation is going to talk about the LIP. So.
Right.
Right, okay.
Right, but they do come to me in the beginning and say, because some can't, and if they just want to talk about it and not even part as the fund, they just want to talk about affordable housing and a project that they have, I suggest, we have this fund money, you want to make any more than the required 25%, it's a standard thing that I do when we go into these initial meetings to see if we can incentivize them to increase the deed restricted units by using the fund.
Right. Okay. Because if it wasn't a LIP, it wouldn't be coming to us early, go right to the ZBA.
Does anyone have any, I figured I could stop here just for a second. Does anyone have any more questions about the process?
Properties that are under agreement, a lot of these projects go through dependent upon approval of permits. Do you see any of that?
When you
Sales of
mean
the properties?
agreement, do you
Say
mean
somebody's
purchase-
looking at a piece of property that
Like
they want.
purchase and sale agreements?
Right. Is that part of the application? Do you see that part too, the application, that they don't really even own it yet? until-
Sometimes, but in the letter of intent and in the application, it asks who the actual owner of the property is and who's applying for the funds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, if I could?
Yes.
And this may be responsive to the question that Mr. Muscali was asking before. I just wanted to add that we, the town planner, housing coordinator, myself, we encourage developers to come in before anything is submitted formally, right? So we encourage informal dialogue. Sometimes it's just, it might be a meeting with just the town planner and their housing coordinator. Sometimes, I might participate in that meeting. Sometimes it might be the full land use staff team that meets monthly, that is a larger group, includes building commissioner and ZBA administrator. But I just wanted to get the point across that both before anything is submitted and after an application to the fund for funding is submitted, there is staff dialogue with the developer to try to, shape the project and identify potential concerns. So I just wanted to make clear that, and that's, so that before it ever comes to the select board, that happens. And then, of course, even if it's not a LIP, it will come to the board if it's a comprehensive permit for that project eligibility letter, right? So that's where you'll see a letter from staff that outlines, all of the staff's perspective on the project, both the positive things about how it addresses affordable housing and, concerns we might have relative to environmental issues or other.
But the level of that discussion varies with project to project, right?
Sure, right, like if it's one unit compared to, 100, right.
Thank you.
And I mean, for instance, I'll use Habitat for Humanity as an example. I've been working with Beth Wade with Habitat for, gosh, it might be a year now, for a project that they're going to do, and it's public now because they've been before the Affordable Housing Committee. That is near the Restore, behind the Restore, and we've gone out on site visits. We've met with the town planner, with the ZBA, because right at the initial, because we weren't even sure the way it's zoned or anything, that it would even be possible. So we worked with them to try to figure out how can we make this work, and we've done that with multiple projects, starting right at that conception, just the idea, and we'll talk about that more when we get to the LIP too, the LIP part of this presentation. Any more questions? No? Okay. So these slides you've pretty much seen before, but just to reiterate, especially if anyone's watching from home. So as you know, there's one lump sum, 7.9, about 7.9 is in there now, but it's broken up into two buckets, and that's because the CP funds and the non-CP funds have to be spent in a different way. The CP funds have stricter guidelines. You can only go up to 100 area median income. With the non-CP funds, you can go up to a higher AMI, and there's some other nuances between the two. So I worked with the town accountant in the early days of becoming housing coordinator and with the SoftWrite program that we have to separate those two. They were in a lump sum before, and we separated them in the SoftWrite program so that we know exactly where we're spending the money from, and it's very transparent, it's very clear. And then what we did was created purchase orders for each grant. So it's whatever bucket it's being pulled out of, non-CP funds, we pull it out and then have a purchase order for that specific project. And then each disbursement then is pulled right out of that specific project. So if anyone had any questions, if we needed to know something, we could go to that SoftWrite program, and it's still a work in progress. We're still working the kinks out. We're getting there though, but because it's a nuanced thing, and SoftWrite, you have to work it a certain way. But she and I have been working very closely, and she's been very patient and wonderful to work with. I just want to add so that, but we're almost there now that we have it down pat, and when you can print out for each project what has been dispersed, how much money's left, and that way it pulls it out of that bottom line. So when you see 7.9, that does not include the projects that the monies have already been granted for, even though some of them haven't been dispersed. So we're trying to make it as transparent and clear as possible.
So can I just ask, how much of that total 79 is actually encumbered already? Do you
That's
have
all
an idea?
encumbered.
It's all encumbered?
It's all encumbered.
Unencumbered.
Excuse me, unencumbered.
Okay. Thank you.
We pull that out through that purchase order so that we're not counting that.
Okay. Thank you.
All the checks and balances.
Maybe a question for the town manager. Now, these accounts, they're held in accounts, are they interest-bearing accounts?
Mm-hmm.
What does the interest roll back into this fund?
I do.
Thank you.
Funded and constructed projects. So we have seen this before, but I just wanted to add it just because we are talking about the fund and get it out there. You know, we have helped subsidize 142 rental units since 2016. And that's pretty significant. Home ownership, we've partially subsidized 13 homes in Falmouth. Now, these are numbers of units. I don't have how many humans are living in them, but 142 units, there's multiple people that are living in them that have secure housing now. So when you start talking about the humans that are living in there that have secure housing, the number is much more significant. 13 units, there's families in there that have secured housing now. So I just wanted to mention that because 13, well, there's a lot of families that are now feeling very safe and secure. So what's next? In the packet, we have proposed documents and revisions of the funds documents. And what will happen with that, the guidelines in particular, under the Enabling Act of the fund, the Board of Trustees funding allocation guidelines need to go before the Community Preservation Committee first for their review and recommendation, and then it goes to the Select Board as trustees of the fund. The Select Board as trustees of the fund will vote to adopt the funding allocation guidelines. So that's it for that one. But I do, so that gives us, transitions us to,
Kim, can I interrupt you just for a second?
Of course.
Wanted to have a discussion with regards to the, when projects go through the Affordable Housing Fund. I think traditionally, or years ago perhaps, that amount, that subsidy, for lack of a better term, was less than what it's been recently, right? It's gone up to, what, 125,000?
yeah, I was gonna touch upon that in the documents, yeah,
Okay,
but sure,
all right.
we can talk about it now.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that the board is comfortable, kind of, construction costs increasing. We wanted to be cognizant of that. And just so the board's comfortable with that level, we're typically seeing right now about 125,000. We're not locked into that, but that's typically what.
Right. They're guidelines, which is good because it says the numbers in the policy and guidelines, so it's not, there's wiggle room in there, and we would come to you and say, hey, can we increase the funds for this particular project because ... And, but in the document that has the funds, I added language that specifically talks about not being locked into that number, and it's because the construction costs ebb and flow. And we've seen it significantly as of late.
And we, I'm sorry.
No, you had your hand up first, I'm sorry.
Just that some projects are more profitable than others due to density and, other things that we might grant, because we might say, oh, you can have 4 stories in that location or whatever, and they got more units, they don't need as much of a subsidy. So it's case by case. And we got to try to be careful how much, we don't want to just say, we're going to give everybody 125,000.
Exactly right, and in fact, that's what we have done. The example, Scranton in Maine, I think that ended up at 83,000 roughly per unit, whereas at the same time, some single-family homeownership units, we were at 100,000.
And even 150 on one.
Yep.
Yeah. And the income range for affordability, again, is?
It's in the, so I have it in the revised documents.
You've revised it
I
upwards.
have, so the, it was, for the target was 60 to 100, and I increased that to 120 of the AMI. And then in parens and the guidelines, the priorities and guidelines, I also added 140 for home ownership. When you get into 140 for rentals, the rent is just too high at 140, capping it for a rental. It almost becomes higher than what the market rate is. But for home ownership, it makes more sense. So in parens, I did put, and again, we can change these documents. These are just suggestions that I've made in parens for possibly up to 140 for home ownership.
So our bylaw doesn't limit it as to how much?
For the non-CP funds, but for the CP funds, they can only go up to 100 AMI.
Because I did look at, the town of Orleans has recently submitted a application to the legislature to increase their bylaw, and their amount is, let me see, I had it here. They're looking, I mean, whether it's approved or not, but they're looking at greater than 80%, less than 200% AMI to have.
And is that bylaw for CP funds, or is that for their legislative action for their fund?
I can't say I
Okay.
read it that closely, but I know
Because
that
our
they're
enabling
looking at
act
those-
doesn't
those-
cap it. It doesn't have language in there for how
Well, I
high
think
you
what-
can go.
I think what their bylaw provision was that they wanted to amend their bylaw to actually have a definition.
Oh, okay.
Of, and ranged between 80 and 200%.
Okay.
And, that certainly might capture some of that missing middle
Sure.
that we keep talking about.
Sure, absolutely.
I noticed
Brown?
that there was also a few different iterations of the lower end. One was as low as 30%, one was 50%, and I think that the lower end is probably more important than the upper end, or they're both important. So I think we should have a flexible range anywhere. I don't know if it'll be between 30 or 50, up to 200, or just.
Well, in the
each project's
documents,
different.
so we have a priority, and then we have what it's allowed, what we would do anyway, right? So in the documents, we do have as low as 30 because our community is unique. We need a broad range, and that's what I have in some of these documents. The current documents have specifically 1 2-bedroom. And I changed it to diversity because the diverse housing, because I think that our community needs single room occupancy, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and then for families that go up to 3. So I didn't want to be pigeonholed into one specific type of housing. And these documents that I'm proposing, the changes I'm proposing, these are off of the criteria that I have included. It's from the draft of the housing production plan. I pulled some information from there and what the goals are in there. Also, the LIP guidelines that I'm proposing, I wanted all these to be consistent with each other so that we have whatever the criteria is in our LIP guidelines should match what our criteria is in our funding guidelines. So they do, and that's why I'm trying to just have consistency across the board so that not only, so the developers as well as the town, what our expectations are for how we're going to proceed. It's just transparent, and this is what it is.
Right.
So.
Because ultimately, in larger projects, we'd really like to have a variety of affordability.
Exactly.
30, a 50, a 60, have them all mixed up.
Well, it's really important so that you're not just, our community has needs.
Right.
That are from the the very low income to that missing middle.
Right.
And I think in order to have a diverse community, we need to help all of them.
Correct. And have them all be able to cohabitate in the same area.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that is part of the criteria and the LIP guidelines that we'll go through on the next one. So on these, again, there's no way I'd go through every single document in all the changes that I'm proposing. We'd be here forever. But the way I set it up, and hopefully I did this is challenging to figure out how would be the clearest way for you to be able to pull them up and look at them. So I have the current documents with a number, and then the same number with an A next to it for the proposed documents. And the current description, and I only made some minor changes on that document. And then on the next document, which is 2 and 2A, I highlighted the changes that I'm proposing, so to make it easier for your eyes to go to, so you can see exactly what I'm proposing. So 2A, I added, here, we had just discussed this, I added a higher area median income to the 120. And I added, because this is something that we've discussed, and a lot of, I don't want to speak for you, but the local preference has been discussed and has been of interest to some select board members. So I added maximize local preference in the lottery. Again, these are guidelines. It doesn't mean that that we're married to these, but they help. I also added links to the documents that are referenced in the document, just to make the applicant, it's easier for them to get to when they're using these documents online. And the target population, again, we just went over this. I increased it. I added the line, instead of 60 to 80%, I added the line to 80% to 120, and then in parens, 140 for home ownership. And then again, here we are with the diversity of housing types targeting different household needs and sizes.
Do you need to indicate that you might go lower than the 60, or is that a different program?
We can, this is just the, we can go lower. This is just what we're looking at as a target. We have a lot of low-income housing right now, but it doesn't mean, just because it's not in here, we wouldn't still look at it. But that can be changed if you want
And I
to
wonder
change it.
if a developer would take that and say, has to be 60 to 80, rather than knowing that the flexibility is there.
In my brief experience here, they don't mind. They'll just file an application and say, how goes it?
Yeah.
But we can definitely change it if you want.
I know we don't want to dig too deep into the preferences right now, and this is more a question, I think, for you. What qualifies a child to go to school in the town? I mean, what is it about, how does a child out of town get to be enrolled?
If they live out of town, they go through school choice. And they apply for school choice, and depending on the room in the particular grade, if it's a first grader, they look at the different buildings to see if they can accommodate a child out of town. Parents have to provide their own transportation if they're school choice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so that's the door that opens for them to be able to get into this affordable housing thing, because if they go to school here, they might want to live here.
Right.
Might be a good, right?
I didn't know that, thanks.
Madam Chair, if I may, just a brief elaboration on this important local preference point. So under the law, the town can require local preference for up to 70%. So you can't put that local preference requirement on all of the units. That's a state law fair housing issue. And local preference, I think it's in the slide, but again, it's if you work in town, you meet the local preference requirement. If you have children that go to school or if you live here. And I just want to add briefly two things. One, that, I think one of the goals is to have a community that has, a diverse population. So a working age population, families, as well as older individuals. And it's already become very difficult for young professionals and young families to live in Falmouth. And what we're seeing is that in some instances, we are not able, developers, projects that have this 70% local preference aren't able to get there because it's already too unaffordable. Those people already don't live here. So I just sort of want to get that mindset out that, if we can, if we can have people who are living here, but they're paying a lot more than they can afford and provide housing for them, great. That's terrific, and we absolutely want to do that. But also, I think part of the objective with affordable housing is, whether it's children of families with a Cape Cod or a Falmouth connection that have moved out and are coming back, or someone who has no connection whatsoever, but they're working age and now they can afford to live here because we've created some affordable units. I think ultimately the goal is, again, that vibrant community with people across age and income demographics. And one of the things that Kim has identified that we need to work on is sometimes there can be long delays when the developer tries to fill the units at the local preference, and then they have to start a whole new process for those who don't meet the local preference. And that's something I think I don't know if that's working with the monitoring agents or the state agencies, but that's something
These are usually, I'm sorry, Peter, to interrupt. Those are apartments that are already existing, and they're just trying to fill them because the former tenant left. And we have one right now locally. The apartment has been empty for 2 months. We know all these people that need housing, but because of the process, it's been vacant for 2 months.
And can I ask what the
That's
rent
unfortunate.
is?
Offhand, I don't know, but it's the 80%. The 80%.
Mr. Muscala, you had a question?
Well, just a comment. I mean, I think it's very important that we build in some kind of preferences, but as you and I have spoken, I think I want to make sure that people aren't able to take undue advantage of those preferences. In other words, they move here, they haven't been here for a length of time, they may not stay, they may just be utilizing it as an opportunity to get into the lottery and then stop working here in town, for instance. I'm just saying, going forward, I think we just need to think about building in some safeguards so that people don't take unfair advantage of the lottery.
Well, one of the things, local preference, so we've talked about it a lot. to see, is this something we want? And I think one of the things, and I feel like I just have to say it, the reason why local press, if you know, knowing the history of Fair Housing Act and why there is a Fair Housing Act and why it's capped at 70%, it's not to exclude people coming to your community. And you want to be really careful. So we need to be careful for that, because we don't want to exclude anybody from our community. And that was the basis of the Fair Housing Act to begin with, is not excluding minorities from a community. And that's why it's capped at 70%. So I do want to be careful utilizing this too much, because we want a diverse community and we don't want to exclude anyone from it. So I just wanted to give a little bit of the history and just a reminder of why we have a Fair Housing Act.
I don't really understand that. How does this 70% become exclusive, excluding particular people?
Well, I'll just say it. So many years ago in the 60s, there was white communities that didn't want black people in their communities.
Right.
So they would exclude people by not allowing them to move in. So that's where the Fair Housing Act came, that you need to have everyone, and you cannot just do local preference because there's no black people in that community. So,
I see.
So that is why there is there's a cap on it, because they want to make sure that others are not excluded, that minorities are not excluded from certain communities. And we definitely don't want to do that in our community.
Got it, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, if I could just elaborate on that a little bit. So, the history of housing in this country is segregation by law, not just by individuals discriminating, but federal policy that said, we're going to segregate people by race. Until 1965, that was happening by federal policy. And the history of zoning is also connected with racism. I mean, just to be blunt. So part of the state initiative saying, we don't want communities to say it's just for people already living here, so that we can open up opportunities for individuals who have been relegated to restricted geographic areas.
Interesting, thank you.
Tim, when they meet with you, you may want to remind the contractors of that aspect of it too, because on every single application on the ZBA or on the board we've ever heard, they drive down on, it's for our cops, our policemen, our firemen, our hospital staff, all of that. The other aspect is never mentioned by them. So if that's part of the Fair Housing Act, then that should be explained as part of their presentation too, so the whole community is aware of how that works and why it works.
Sure.
It probably doesn't occur to them, just like it didn't really
Well,
occur to me.
it's to enhance their opportunity to get the project through.
Oh, I understand.
It's hitting on people's heartstrings that our kids, our work staff, everybody else that's here, from here, can come home here. That's what it's for, and that's the driving point. But as Peter just derived, that's not part, there's another whole aspect to the Fair Housing Act that should be explained during part of those presentations to the community and to the boards that are approving them,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
definitely. It's
Yeah.
good that we talk about it today.
Great.
Kim, I'm going to let you know you have 9 minutes left. So
I'll
the
stop
board
talking.
needs to know, we need to let Kim do her thing.
Okay, so in this, I included the mixed residential and commercial overlay district, just because it wasn't in existence when the original documents were drafted. So if you just go down to 4A, that is these are the ones, it's overview of the application and review process. And there was a lot of additions to this, to the criteria. And the criteria is coming from, God bless you, is coming from the LIP guidelines, so that they are all in line. And again, I won't go through every single one of them, but there's quite the additions if you're, at some point take a look at them. The Board of Trustees funding allocation guidelines, these are the ones that you would need to vote on at a future date. And this is where I included, and the current cost of construction at the time of application is filed, since costs of construction ebb and flow, and that's where we increased the funding to 125. That's just a suggested number, it's not written in stone. I also included some more criteria, and those are the ones, and I think because of the massive additions to the overview and application and review process, it may be something that we can include in your vote to adopt too, just because there's so many criteria. It's not necessary according to the Enabling Act, but because there's so much criteria, it may be something I think that you should adopt. And none of these have gone to town council, just to let you know. She has not weighed in on any of these, or the LIP guidelines. So I just want to make that clear before any voting happens to adopt. I'll run it by her. And so the letter of intent in the current application, not much has changed on that, but I do want to point out on the application, I did add under development team on the application, as well as, so they need to please submit as attachments the resumes of the development team and a list of description of affordable housing projects completed by the applicant, as well, and this is the addition, as well as the most recent monitoring agent annual report for each project. Unfortunately, we're not receiving them from some projects annually. There are certain developers that are doing the right things, but unfortunately, it's something that we need to work on, and I thought this was a great start to working on it, that we will not fund anything else unless you are doing what you're supposed to be doing on something we've already funded or other project that you have in existence.
I love that.
Good idea.
That's a great idea.
Thank you. So the last document, number 7, did not exist before, and I took some information from various resources. The Barnstable Home Consortium Advisory Committee and their funding, they have a checklist. And these really are what the criteria are. So I just put it into a form that when the working group is together, we have something that's tangible to look at and boxes to check. And the more checks, the better it is for us to say yes to the application. If you have additions to this that you want to add, great. There's some blank spots that if we come across something during the working group that isn't on the criteria, but a developer has that we like, we can write it in as an extra bonus. So, and then we can include this in the package that we send to the select board for them to vote on whether or not they'll grant the funds.
Like depending on the site, we might say wildlife corridor or.
Yep. Absolutely. And yeah, some of these won't pertain to a particular project, and what we can cite that. This box isn't checked because it doesn't pertain to this particular project, but I just wanted something that we could actually look at and say, yes, yes, no, no, you know. And this would be a work in progress. This is just a rough draft that I took from the criteria. So that's it on the fund. Any questions? Okay. So I'll have to go through this really quickly. Do I only have 2 minutes?
4 minutes, 55 seconds.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
we could probably shave some time off of item number 4. It may not
Okay.
take the full
And
15
mine
minutes.
too, actually, the 2 that I have are not really long.
Okay, all right, we need to stick to our time, we've got a lot of work to do.
This may not be long, it
That's
depends
okay.
on,
Nope,
on,
you can
the
extend.
questions. Okay,
You can extend, it's fine.
so, local initiative program, also known as LIP, and when you're Googling to find out information, be careful what you're Googling, because LIP brings up all sorts of things. Just let you know.
This is true.
Yes. Now, my feed on Facebook is quite odd. Lip injections, and so, on the agenda, purpose of a local initiative program, municipal responsibilities, Town of Falmouth LIP application and review guidelines. And then my proposed changes to the application process section of the Town of Falmouth LIP application and review guidelines, and proposed changes to the review guidelines section of the guidelines, and then what's next. Sorry if I'm going a little fast. So a purpose of a local initiative program. The local initiative program, otherwise known as LIP, is a state housing program that was established to give cities and towns more flexibility in their efforts to provide low and moderate income housing. It is administered by the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, also known as EOHLC. It is intended for projects that are not receiving subsidy from the state, and just to let you know, subsidy can include both funds and/or technical support. The purpose of a LIP is premised on the fact that a municipality and a developer are working in concert on a project that fits within the community, meets the housing needs, and limits the impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. If a project changes substantially during the course of the permitting process, such that it is no longer consistent with the project that was originally approved by the Chief Executive Officer of the municipality and EOHLC, EOHLC reserves the right to request a letter from the Chief Executive Officer stating that the project remains locally supported as a condition of the final approval. So if a lot of changes happen and you all have already approved and signed on to a LIP, if there's tons of changes, there will be another bite at the apple to say, oh, whoa, this is not what we agreed to, before there's final approval. Whether the LIP application is endorsed or not, the applicant is required to go through the Chapter 40B comprehensive permit process through the Zoning Board of Appeals. So there are municipal responsibilities if we sign on to a LIP, and these come from the EOHLC's Chapter 40B guidelines, 6.9E, municipal responsibilities. Just to note, in their current guidelines, they still have the DHCD, but just for consistency purposes, I'm going to use the new name. The premise of the LIP is that EOHLC and municipalities are working together to create affordable housing. It is the department's expectation that municipalities will work with EOHLC to fulfill the obligations outlined in a project's regulatory agreement. Annual monitoring. The municipality or its designee is named in the deed rider at the monitoring agent along with EOHLC. Municipal responsibilities include annual monitoring and certification to EOHLC that A, tenants in affordable rental units meet income limits and the project has been maintained in a safe and sanitary condition consistent with the LIP guidelines and the recorded regulatory agreement, or B, for home ownership units, the LIP units continue to serve as owner's principal residence and that any LIP units that have been resold during the prior 2 years have been resold in compliance with LIP requirements. Just to touch on that, in the proposed LIP guidelines, there's a section that I included in there that is part of the criteria is that the applicant hires a third-party monitoring agent as a designee for the town and pays for it. The town can't take on monitoring. It's not because we're short-staffed, it's because it is, there's a lot that goes into it. If it's a rental unit, there is, you have to talk to the landlord, you have to talk to the tenants, home ownership, you have to do the same. You need to collect the supporting documentation that proves that whatever's being charged for the rent is correct, whatever income they have is correct. When it's a home ownership, that there's certification that they are using it as their home, resales, proof of resales. But it goes even further than that if I had a tenant in a rental unit contact me and was very concerned in a deed-restricted home, she was very concerned that the landlord was increasing the rent without going through the proper channels. She wasn't even aware that there was proper channels, but she was very concerned at the increase in rent. I don't necessarily, as a town employee, get involved in contacting the landlord. If I was monitoring agent, if we were, I would. What I do is look at the regulatory agreement, see who the monitoring agent is, and contact the monitoring agent with that tenant's information, and then the monitoring agent contacts the tenant, and they go over what needs to be done if the landlord is doing something they're not supposed to do, or if the tenant just is misunderstanding what's going on. If we do the monitoring ourselves, that's something that we would have to do. And it's a conflict with something that we just can't do. I mean, what if that landlord is building another project and looking for funds? We can't be involved in all of that. So in part of the criteria is that in the proposed one is that the LIP applicant agrees to sign on to retaining the services of a third-party monitoring agent.
Kim,
Does that monitoring agency report back to you if there is an issue with that project or no?
Yes, they can report to me because they still have to work according to, because all of these will be put in the regulatory agreement, and if anything happens, say if there's a resale or if there's an issue, part of the regulatory agreement, the municipality is still involved in the still requirements as well as the state.
Perfect, thank you.
Chair.
Go
Is,
ahead.
is that tenant interaction with you archived? Or do we keep any record of that?
I've taken notes, and I have my notes.
Not officially,
But not
okay.
officially, because we really don't have an official way of doing it. Maybe it is something that we can talk about when we get to whatever point we are to talk about
Just
it. Yeah, because
it
it is.
alleviates, well, I talked to Kim at housing and blah, 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 and get you caught in the middle without,
Right.
firm ground to stand on.
Right, right.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
So it's great that you've got that new language to think about it before we give them another project. But what about if you have a developer that comes and doesn't want to do the LIP application, doesn't want anything to do with the town other than, get the permitting? They may be doing a 40B, and they might agree to have a monitoring agent and identify them. But what about in a few years if they stop paying the monitoring agent, or the relationship with the monitoring agent deteriorates, and there's no monitoring going on? How do we become alerted of that?
Well, this is, one of the goals when I became housing coordinator was to go through, and I already have gone through all the regulatory agreements of most of the deed restricted properties in the town of Falmouth. And I did it as part of my, the process of updating the subsidized housing inventory. And this project that I would like to do is find out who all the monitoring agents are, and some of them are no longer what it says in the regulatory agreement. So it's a project that needs to be even further explored. I don't have the time to do that right now. It's a huge project, and I want to mail out a letter to the monitoring agents and say, hey, you're supposed to be doing this, you need to comply to this. And it is an issue, and it's something that needs to be addressed. The Barnstable Home Consortium is creating a, what is it called? It's a regional housing coordinator position, and part of that will be possibly monitoring agent for each community if the town signs on to it. And that is something that I'm hoping we'll be able to explore until, I hate to say it, but until there's more staff. Because it's a huge project that I've done part of it, but I can't get to the whole thing.
And so it's potentially possible that some of these 40Bs that we've allowed to be built may be getting unaffordable and really running wild, and nobody's able to.
And I'm hoping that's not the case, but yeah, it's just something that we need to address, and I would like to address sooner than later, because we're trying to create more affordable housing, but we really need to protect what we already have.
Right.
And that is something that is on my high priority list. It's a big project, and honestly, I apologize, but I just haven't had the time
You may need
to
to
deep
fund a
dive into
consultant
it.
in the future to get to work on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The other one is the property tax. They have to, by law, because of a appellate tax board ruling, it has to be taxed at the affordable rate, not the market rate. And that's something that is done. We made sure that's done. So, the Town of Falmouth LIP application review and guidelines. The Town of Falmouth LIP application and review guidelines were adopted in 2007. Historically, Falmouth has not received many LIP applications. Falmouth is close to achieving its 10% statutory minimum of the subsidized housing inventory eligible units under Chapter 40B. As of October 31st, 2023, we have 8.11%. I think we are up to 8.17 now. I haven't got the official number, but they just approved a few units that were built on Percival, that are proposed on Percival Road. We anticipate receiving more LIP applications once we have met that goal. This is a good time to review, revise, and adopt new guidelines. So you have them there, the proposed, I provided the 2007 ones, and I provided the proposed guidelines. And I'll just go over quickly on the proposed changes to the application process. LIP Review Advisory Committee. It's something that we have not, the town has not been utilizing with LIP applications for many years, and we would like to revitalize that LIP committee. And the former the LIP committee, as it's structured now, has 2 select board members. We'd like to reduce it to 1 select board member, unless you disagree. It's just a lot to try to get everyone there. Added a description of the intention of the process. I wanted to, because it's that first paragraph, to really make clear that there will be a negotiation phase between the applicant and the town. LIPs are supposed to be the town and the applicant coming to the table with schematics to say, hey, I have this idea, this is what I'd like to do, and the town then says, well, I would like this reduced, I'd like this increased, I'd like more affordable deed-restricted units. And working with the town, does it fit into the neighborhood? Oh, well, it'd be better if you did this, if it fit better into the neighborhood. I mean, we're hearing that now in a current proposal. So, you know, the town, it's supposed to be a negotiation that you are creating together a project that fits within our community. And then it goes forward to the application, the actual application phase, when there's paid that's when they spend the money based on the negotiations between the town and the applicant to have engineered plans during the application phase. Because this really should be a negotiation. This isn't, here's my project, sign on. It should be something, and really, when we hit that 10%, where as a community, as a town, we are going to have a little bit more negotiation power, because it's not just you get all these waivers because of Chapter 40B. So this is why I really wanted to button down new revised documents and guidelines, because we're almost at that 10%. And we want to make sure that applicants are clear that we want to negotiate. We're not just going to sign on because we desperately need housing and you spent this money and now you don't want to change because you've already spent the money. This is a negotiation. And I added multiple, I clearly defined pre-application phase and a formal application phase. And again, that goes back to the schematics and then the engineered design and the negotiations. Added multiple submission requirements, a lot of documents. We want a lot of proof, a lot of things, because this is a big deal. The town, the community signing on to, the select board signing on to a LIP is a big deal. So I really wanted a structured, clear process. Broke down the process into a step-by-step guide to make the expectations of applicant and town's responsibilities clear. Not going to go through each one, but these are the proposed changes to the review guidelines, basically the criteria. I kept the criteria that was already there in the current 2007 guidelines. These are the guidelines that I have included, and they really are, they coincide with the funds guidelines and the criteria in the fund documents. And I didn't just make those up. I did a lot of research. I tried different communities, checked different communities and what they have. Town of Barnstable has a fantastic process. It's extensive, though, so I didn't want to do it as extensive as their process, because they're basically doing what the Zoning Board of Appeals is going to do. That's basically what they do at the LIP application level, and that's just, it's a huge process. But I did extrapolate some of the criteria from theirs, and that's what you see here. And just a miscellaneous addition, just more of a legal, hey, this is just to let you know this is a matter of public record. And what's next? So those guidelines, the select board, you will have to vote to accept the new LIP application process and review guidelines. So it is something that if you could do some homework check, if you have any additions, and we can come, I can come before you again to hopefully adopt these. And it would be great to do both the fund documents and this document sooner than later, just because I do think we're going to receive more LIP applications, and having a clear, defined process would be extremely helpful, and also with the fund as well. So if we can, I'd love to do that sooner than later.
How quickly will you get these documents back from town council?
I have not sent them to her yet, only because I wanted to do work here with you all
Sure.
to see if this is something that you want to do. And I can send it to her Monday and whatever her schedule is, but I can advise her that it is a priority of the select board. She's very good at knowing,
Excellent.
where her
So we'll
needs
ma-
are.
We'll make this, first I want to thank Kim for forward thinking and knowing that we're going to be seeing more of these. So having these revised guidelines is important. So we'll ramp it up and expedite it. We'll work with town council and have either the second meeting in March or first meeting in April.
That would be great. Yes, Mr. Muscali?
Just an observation, we had a LIP application on our agenda the other night, and it showed how, how good this process, can be. In your guidelines, did you consider putting any timelines into any of those particular steps as
I
far
did.
as the process goes?
I did. There's like a oops, that's the old ones. Again, I won't go through the whole thing, but there is a section that, because it will have to go to various boards and departments for their input, and I tried to put in like 60 days, 30 days, but it isn't something that we want to take and streamline the process too fast. I understand that applicants, if they have a project they want to go, but this is something that is a forever thing that the select board would be signing on to, and it is something that should fit into our community. We desperately need housing, but we also want to respect the community that we have, and our environment. So this is a process, I think, that if it does take a little bit more time than how it has been in the past, I feel that it's justified. But there is a time like, I can't remember what I put in here, and I don't want to waste your time by scrolling through, but there's like 30 days, 60 days to have a response back, and the turnover from the committee, it does have to go before the Affordable Housing Committee because they are advisory to the select board and they'll give input. So there is there's a process, but it's not going to happen overnight.
Okay, I'm not going to entertain any more questions from the board. Anything
awesome.
else? It's really well done,
Yeah.
Kim.
I appreciate
It was
it. Thank
very, very informative. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, I appreciate it. Get out of here.
Good job.
Thanks. Thank you, I appreciate it.
If anyone's interested to learn more about the Fair Housing Act, there's a great book called Color of Law by Richard Rothstein, where he talks about all of the laws that were implemented and how they still affect us now. And he's got a follow-up book called Just Act, I think, where he talks about what we can do. I haven't read that one yet, but Color of Law was really
I've read The Color of Law. It's an excellent book. And I wasn't going to mention this, but as recently as 1982, I know of an issue of selling a property that became a major issue in a neighborhood for race.
because they still had the covenant.
Yes, and that's 1982. That's not ancient history. The only other comment I want to make is I was at a meeting on Wednesday, and applications for Scranton, Maine are open, and they're online, and people need to pay attention because there are two different applications. One is project-based and one is general. I think the lottery is May 18th.
And
I'll
just
just
to let you
put
know,
that
on the
up.
housing page, there is a section on lotteries for homeownership and rentals. So if anyone out there in the world wants to take a look at the housing page, there's tons of information. There's videos, there's the transfer fee information, there's the HBP information, there's the lottery information, there's videos just regarding housing on it, and there's guidelines and housing guidelines and all contact information on there as well for various entities in our community. So,
Excellent.
thank you for your time. I
Thank you so
appreciate it.
much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay, we're going to move on to staffing and human resources update, and we have Susan Lumping with us, Human Resources Director.
As Susan's loading her PowerPoint, I just want to commend her and her staff, really turning HR into a 21st century operation. Susan's just gone leaps and bounds above, beat my expectations. She's going to talk a little bit about her working with her staff on mission, vision statements, a little bit of a recruiting update and staffing update. So Susan?
Good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to share this update with you. I appreciate it. I'd like to start, as Mike alluded to, with perhaps the most important work that the HR team has done since the last update that I provided in July, and that's the creation of a vision and mission statement for our department that lays the foundation and the direction and really will drive all of the work and has been driving all of the work that we've done since we created this past fall. So I'm very pleased to be able to share it with you. The vision that we created is really who we want to be, broadly speaking. What is the big picture that we're working towards? And what we came up with is the Town of Falmouth Human Resources Department enhances town operations by hiring exceptional staff, supporting their professional development, and advancing a healthy, safe, and inclusive culture that inspires our diverse and talented workforce to provide optimal contributions to the Falmouth community.
Sounds good.
And then with that, we wanted to dial in and really give the purpose and the objective to that vision, and that comes in the mission. To advance the Select Board's strategic plan and each town department's operations through recruiting, developing, and supporting the town's most valuable resource, our people. And I really wanted to emphasize our people, because when I think about what makes Falmouth really shine, it's the talented, motivated, and collaborative employees, board and committee members, volunteers. We are very fortunate to have an incredible group that makes up this town and all of its different assets. And I'm pleased that I'll be able to highlight some of those talents and some of those contributions that people have made throughout this presentation. The next step of this process was to really dial in further to identify 6 subpoints of the mission that we can turn into action steps. The first is to act as a strategic partner to town administration to foster a people-centered culture of teamwork, engagement, inclusivity, respect, wellness, and appreciation. To recruit diverse and talented staff and support their integration into the Town of Falmouth team through comprehensive onboarding and a welcoming atmosphere. To evaluate and promote competitive compensation and benefits and empower our town employees by providing training and professional development. To work with town administration to establish, administer, and maintain adherence to sound policies and practices and ensure town compliance with employment law, labor law, and contractual provisions. To provide excellent customer service and resources, streamline operations, and seek opportunities to be proactive and innovative. And finally, to commit to operating professionally, consistently, respectfully, and with flexibility and compassion. And we really focused on each word of these subpoints so that they really meant something to us. And I'd like to highlight 3 of these subpoints that we've been able to take substantial action on. Yes?
Can I just have a quick question to the town manager? As I look through it is our mission 2, and I look at your second to the last bullet point, provide excellent customer service and resources. Are all departments taking a look at this type of thing? And here's my reason. Excellent customer service, I think, has got to be really looked at throughout all of Town Hall. I will say with the Human Resources Department, I've had 2 occasions to call Human Resources about a personal family. I just had a question, particularly about my mother. And I will say that I was provided really excellent customer service, and I would like to see that throughout all of Town Hall.
So, great question. So, about 4 months ago, Peter and I sat down, we meet every month with the department heads and some of the division heads. So about 4 months ago, we started this process. Susan took it to the next level, but each of the departments were asked to take a look at their mission, vision statements, and work collaboratively, include all of the staff. And I think that's important. Susan certainly did, as all the departments did. So, yeah, all of the departments townwide were asked to kind of take a look at and develop. And we're going to talk, the very last agenda item this afternoon will be about organizational-wide mission, vision statement, and core values. But it was a collaborative, all hands on deck kind of an approach to coming up with this, because I think that's important. Peter and I talked about making sure that whatever we come up with in terms of core values and mission statements, ultimately Select Board approves and adopts those. But it has to be, you have to have the buy-in from the staff as well, and they have to believe in it, because it's really going to guide what we do, how we do it, and who we are. And Susan, like I said, took that to the next level.
And I would hope that a real laser focus would be on customer service.
It is, and you'll see
Thank
that.
you.
You'll see that going forward.
Because it certainly is through the human services.
I would
Mr.
just
Brown?
say that I think our biggest challenge to customer service is our technology and our lack of technology, because so much of our workload could be relieved by automated systems that we could put in place.
Mhm.
So I think
I
we're gonna
agree.
have to have a lot of investment. I think the people's attitudes in the building are great, but I think that keeping them out of the building is even greater, because then people can serve themselves if we have the technology.
Well, keeping
I
in-
would agree and disagree, because I like technology. However, you call some offices and technology is all you get, and you don't get the human component. And that's the piece that I take issue with.
I'm just saying, like, for
Go ahead.
instance, yesterday I needed a certified abutters list, not able to do it online, can't really do it over the phone, had to come into the building. It's not that it's, I can do that, but it's more work for them. They have to sit there and hand me a form and wait till I fill it out and then do their thing, and, so it could be done online.
So I think we can, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We can strike that balance, and I think the customer, the face-to-face piece is important, as Madam Chair pointed out. I'm a huge proponent in the use of technology and allowing people to do more transactions in a virtual kind of online environment. So we're gonna bring those to you. We've already started. Some of the, in terms of getting information out to people, November town meeting approved a software platform that's going to allow, with regards to the strategic plan, get more information out, but the transactional bit is what we need to improve, because we're not where we need to be.
That's what I was.
But we can still have that customer service interface and emphasize that, but allow people to do more transactions online.
Right.
Mr.
We
Zelinski?
still have to maintain that we have an aged community as well, that we still have to have some sort of a vehicle that attends to their needs, because a lot of them are not tech savvy and find the systems frustrating, while just keeping that into consideration. So at some point, there are some people that just want to hear somebody's voice on the other end of the phone, or can I come in and speak to? As long as we don't lose
And that's striking that balance.
every bit of that, I mean, I think we'll be fine, right?
I'm not saying to eliminate it.
Yeah.
It just frees up more time for them to be able to do that.
No, I understand.
And keeping Town Hall a welcoming place. And I won't make any more comments. I'm sorry, Susan, go ahead.
No, it's important, it's important to talk about. And so, as Mike alluded to, but I'll just reemphasize, right, this was a team effort with all three of us in Human Resources. We sat down over multiple sessions to talk about our vision and the mission and really dial in. This was a collaborative process that we spent a bit of time on, so I'm pleased to share it with you. So I'd like to highlight 3 of the 6 subpoints of the mission that we've been able to make strides on since the fall when we put this together. And so this first point is the culture, the people-centered culture of teamwork, engagement, inclusivity, respect, wellness, and appreciation. And I'd like to highlight some of the action items that we've been able to take on this point. And a huge part of everything that I'll talk about is listening, because that's how we know what we need and how we know if we're making progress and if we're meeting these items. So the first point of this is we held listening sessions and citizens panels as part of recruitment for key positions. This was the police chief position, as you know, but we continued that theme with the DEI officer position. We held citizen panels and staff panels for the second round interviews for that position. And then I was very fortunate to work collaboratively with the Board of Library Trustees staff for their process for library director. We were able to help facilitate listening sessions and a survey that they put out to hear from their staff also. So this has been a collaborative effort that we've been trying to roll out in a lot of these key positions. And then I wanted to note just the continued listening on an ongoing basis, because as I said, that's the foundation for all of this, to know where we are so we know where we can get to and how we can get there and if we're getting there. And one of the, as I mentioned, our staff is tremendous, and I'd like to highlight one of the points of this engagement and teamwork that that Peter McConerty at DPW really took on. There was a change in the requirements for obtaining a CDL license, and many of our DPW positions require a CDL A or B license. And that's a minimum requirement of the position. You can't operate the machinery that you need to operate if you don't hold that license. And after this change in licensing a couple years ago, the number of applicants who held this minimum requirement dropped dramatically. Almost no one had the licensing. And so Peter identified a need, and he created this in-house CDL training program. And I'm very proud of that, because what they were able to do is take our existing staff who have the licensing, and they were able to turn them into trainers, where we were able to hire people who don't have the required minimum licensing and put them through our in-house training program to obtain it within their probationary period. And that's something that I was very pleased to work on with Peter, and Brett Nangle, one of our DPW staff, really took this on and made this his own. And so I was really pleased to be able to work with Peter McConerty and Brett and the union and Mike and Peter over the last several months to really enhance this training program. So Brett is now a lead trainer, where he's in charge of the curriculum. He does a fantastic job with it, and we're going to be able to really advertise now that if you don't have the license but you're able to obtain it, apply, and our applications have gone up dramatically for these positions, and we've been able to fill all of the positions. We have one where we're in process, but the others have been filled, and we're very pleased, and Brett's done a tremendous job, and we've been able to compensate him for that. And as part of that, we put in a payback provision where if we're going to invest money into this training program for the incoming applicants and employees, we want to make sure that they're going to stay with us. So we have a 3-year payback provision where we want folks to be able to stay with us for a minimum of 3 years if we help them obtain this licensing. And I'm really proud of this. And in addition, one of our fire department positions, our assistant mechanic, that position requires a CDL license, which again, if you went out in the private sector and tried to obtain this, it's up to $10,000 of the employee's own money. So this is very valuable to the employees. And so we had an applicant, again, a very tough position to fill. We had an excellent applicant who didn't have the required licensing. And so the applicant was asking if the town would consider paying for them to get the licensing. And instead, I was able to call up Peter McConerty and say, would you be interested in taking on this applicant from the fire department? And to his credit and to Brett Nangle's credit, they said absolutely, and this person is just about done the program and just about to obtain their licensing. So I was so pleased because we were able to use our own personnel, our own resources to develop an applicant who he's done a tremendous job at the fire department and the mechanic shop.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Does that count hoist-in license too? Are they doing hoist-in licenses there too?
So there's training programs that we send. My understanding is that we send folks to the hoisting license programming, that those are much smaller. They're still difficult to achieve, but
Right.
it doesn't require the $10,000 that the CDL program has. So the town pays for the licensing for that program, is my understanding. I'll have to confirm that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I like also that you're seeing a talent in your own people to raise them to become a trainer, to then create a program like this. And I think that speaks volumes.
Very forward
I'm
thinking.
very proud of so many people who have put this together, and of Brett Nangle in particular, who has taken this on, and we've seen him really develop as a leader this past year as he's worked on this, and could not be more proud of him and of DPW for facilitating this.
Great recruiting tool.
Exactly, and that's why it was so important for us to put in the payback provision too, because if we're going to widely advertise this and it's worth up to $10,000 in the private market, we want to make sure that we're having the best, because we're paying our trainers on overtime to pay to train the folks to get the licensing, and they actually go to the licensing testing with that person. They walk them through it. If they don't make it the first time, they come back and they go through what happened, what went wrong, how can they improve. There's a classroom component to it where Brett Nangle has put together the curriculum for that, and I'm so proud of them for this work. It's excellent. And to my knowledge, we're the only town on the Cape who has this program. So this is unique to Falmouth. And so other connections that we've been able to make is that I'm the liaison to both the Affirmative Action Committee and the Commission on Disabilities. And so I was seeing a lot of overlap in the interest between the committees, especially on accessibility. And so we've been able to connect those committees, and they're working on an accessibility project at the moment jointly. And one of our members from Affirmative Action is interested in joining Commission on Disabilities. So it's about trying to make these connections throughout the town. I'm really pleased that we're able to do that. And then an important part of all of this, and can't be, before I get on to this last point, I just actually heard of another engagement and teamwork collaboration point that I want to highlight. Mike Rigetto, who was our acting water superintendent for a long time before we just brought Matt Landon on, he was saying that our newest drinking water treatment operator has a microbiology degree. And so this person is going to be a tremendous asset to our water department and really enhance our sampling in our laboratory. And he actually has an interest in collaborating. And so he's going to be at the school science fair, and he's going to have a booth there to let the school know about the great work that they do in the lab and that they'll be enhancing over at the water department. And then he is going to take on a senior project where he can be a mentor for someone who's interested in learning more about the water department. So I'm so thrilled with our staff and their willingness to step out and to reach out to the school department, which is so great because it's important that people know the quality of our water and how hard our DPW staff work to maintain that quality and all of the great work that they do. So I'm very pleased to highlight that as well. And an important part of all of this, again, I can't say it enough, is the listening, and so that's done in the form of exit interviews, but equally as important, I say informal stay interviews. Mike's used this term before, and it's not an actual interview that's set up, but it's more trying to spend time with all the different departments, and I haven't made it to spend as much time as I'd like with every department yet, but it's about learning what the department's doing so I can help identify what the needs are and make sure that those needs are met. So there's a lot of listening that goes on, and a lot has come to my attention where we've been able to help solve problems before they get to be problems or when they're smaller problems because of the listening that goes on. So that's very important. And equally as important is this last point, appreciation. And so as part of that listening, it was brought to my attention that the staff had not had a widespread staff appreciation event in many years. And so Mike and Peter and I were very pleased to hold the first wide-scale staff appreciation event in a number of years. We held a cookout on September 20th. Some of you were able to attend. I know it wasn't a great day for everyone. We'll have to coordinate the date better next time. But this was a highlight of the year. We had tremendous turnout. We had two DPW employees, Sean Buckley and Sean Speroni, were grilling for us on their grills, and they are grill masters. They did a tremendous job. Kate Ricard from my office, she did a tremendous amount of prep work with the food. She has a talent there. My husband and I made the cupcakes, and Kate iced them, and a number of folks helped us put a thank you sign in each cupcake, and I think that was appreciated. We had the appreciation banner. We had local businesses who donated raffle items for us. We were just so thrilled to be able to offer this to the employees, and equally thrilled at the turnout. We had I wish I had I didn't want to have a sign-in sheet, but I wish I had a head count because we had a tremendous turnout. Almost every department was represented. And even what made me even more happy is that people stayed and they mingled and they connected with other departments or people who they hadn't seen before. And we were trying to introduce people and get to know people who we don't get to see on a regular basis. So this was a tremendous event.
One of the comments, and Susan and her staff did a great job coordinating the events. I've done these in other places, and typically what I've seen is kind of silo. The police officers all kind of hang out in one bunch, and the firefighters. This event, people were mingling and just talking and having a great time. So it was great to see that, rather than people separating in terms of what they do, just interacting.
I would say there was over 100 people, wouldn't it?
Oh, easily.
Easy.
More, I'd say 250.
Maybe
A
200
consistent
in the course of the
100
whole
with the
afternoon.
turnover.
Yeah, 'cause
Yep.
some people coming and going and stuff.
So we
It was
wanted,
a
we
great
wanted to do
day.
more, we wanted to do more of these, yeah, we picked a beautiful day.
I don't want to miss the next one, so
Yes,
could we
yeah.
coordinate
We'll have to
dates?
We're advertising.
And really good burgers.
They were.
Yes, they did a great.
It's all about the
Yes,
food.
the Sean's did. Oh, thank you, Bob. The Sean's did a tremendous job with the grilling. They were great, and we were just so pleased. We had a volleyball net set up. The building department was the first down there to play volleyball, and people sat in lawn chairs and watched them. And it was just a great day. And I think we received a lot of positive feedback from that people appreciated that and they enjoyed the opportunity to get to spend some time with people that they don't get to see and build that team.
And they weren't rushed through. It wasn't like the department head said, you got 20 minutes, go eat and come back. Everybody got to spend time with each other, which was pretty strong.
Exactly. That's what we were going for, and we were so pleased that the department heads were all participatory in that. And I do have to say, so we did have to-go containers for some of our police officers who weren't able to come on our fire, and our dispatchers who weren't able to come out. We had to-go containers for them. And there were some off-duty police officers and firefighters who attended as well, which I was so pleased. So it was a really great turnout, and we will certainly be doing that again, at least on an annual basis, if not more frequently. So that was a highlight of the year for sure.
How appropriate to have it at the gazebo that the DPW built with their own guys.
Yeah, right?
And just thank you for that, Doug, because I just want to highlight the tremendous job that DPW did. It was a staff appreciation event, and they helped set up, in addition to the two Seans who did our grilling, DPW did a tremendous job preparing the area, putting the tables up. My staff was there also trying to help them, but they did a tremendous job, so I want to thank them for that. The next subpoint that I'd like to go through is evaluating and promoting competitive compensation and benefits and empower our town employees by providing training and professional development. A lot of important work has been done on this subpoint to enhance recruitment and retention, because that's important. We've completed compensation and classification studies and adjustments for TAM and library union positions, adjustments for communications officers and seasonal and non-aligned positions. We are currently working in other bargaining units to review the compensation, and just to sort of orient you to where we are. We have realized that, I guess the long-standing thought was that we were going to try to situate ourselves below the median for pay, and we've just found that we have a lot of catching up to do, that in order to, and I think it was what my understanding from what folks have said in terms of those who were here to sort of understand that thought process, is that the Cape is a beautiful place to be. People want to come here, people want to be here, and so we don't need to pay a premium for compensation. And the landscape has just changed so much over the last year that in order to attract highly qualified applicants and retain them and retain our current employees, we do need to properly compensate them. So we have a lot of catching up to do in this area, and Mike and Peter and I have been working diligently to try to get to where we need to be in a number of areas here.
Thanks you guys for recognizing that.
And another important piece of this has been related professional consideration for vacation accrual purposes. Again, it used to be that people would come and after a year they would get 2 weeks of vacation, and after 5 years they would get 3 weeks, and that's just not sufficient anymore. We need to recognize mid-career transfers and the expertise that those folks bring to us. So we've made a number of strides on this front, and a number of contracts for recognizing related professional experience for vacation. And we've also, in many instances, implemented a look back for our current employees who have come recently to be able to give that consideration to them as well. And that's something I'm working on now, is that second part of that. The remote work policy, we implemented that after the board's approval, and we've been slowly rolling that out. We want to make sure that we are doing that in a thoughtful way, and one of our success stories has been the building department. Gary Street has done a tremendous job with managing that for his department, where 1 day a week, what each of his 4 office staff take a remote day where they focus on the non-customer service facing work, and then the others in the office take on that work, and then they switch. And he has said that has improved their quality of life. They really enjoy having that break from the customer service piece and the constant interruption piece, and then when they're back in the office, they're able to focus on that more, and that's improved their quality of life, and they're really happy about that. So he's done a tremendous job managing that as one of our first departments to roll that out in such a large scale for his department. You're familiar with the TAM benefits review. Thank you for the approval there. We're very pleased to be working on the comprehensive manual, but to have made those recommendations for those changes that you've approved. I also want to highlight Noreen Stockman, who approached me with an idea for CPR training. She had it all thought out. She just needed funding and town approval, and Mike is finding that funding, and so we're having a CPR training for staff on March 8th and March 15th. So thank you to Noreen for getting that momentum, so that people can keep our each other and the community safe by knowing how to perform that. So that was great.
It filled up right away.
It did, yes. It was. I think by the time I sent out the email saying it was full, it'd been full for several hours. So she has a wait list, and we'll have to have another session for that. People were very positive response for that. And then an important piece of this is also professional development opportunities. That's another aspect that I heard in all of the listening, is that folks were really, really looking for professional development, especially at the management and the supervisory level and the leadership level. And we've been able to offer several opportunities in this past stretch. Massachusetts Municipal Human Resources has done a lot. They offer a supervisory leadership development program that was 3 full days. We sent 3 individuals to that, and the feedback was very positive. They learned a lot from that. We'll be looking to do that again. There's a Maya, our insurance company, leadership training that was virtual over 5 sessions. We had a couple folks attend that. Again, positive feedback. And that's really talking about emotional intelligence and sort of the soft skills. That soft skills is a misnomer because they're very important skills, that they got a lot out of that. Massachusetts Municipal Association had a virtual Municipal Leadership Academy series on communication that several folks attended. We brought in HR counsel for a discipline training, and discipline, again, is sort of a misnomer, because what we're really trying to do is create a culture of continuous feedback. And so there's a conversation about identifying problems early and working on them, and disciplining if we have to, but really trying to have continuous feedback so everyone is clear on what needs to be done, and that staff are given the tools that they need to do what needs to be done. And then we have I'm very pleased that MMA and Suffolk University have partnered to put on a municipal human resources seminar, and we'll be sending the benefits coordinator to that. She's done a tremendous job over the last 20 years of taking on new responsibilities with on-the-job learning and knowledge, but she hasn't had formal training, so we're very pleased to be sending her to that at their next upcoming seminar. And then it's not on this list, but I just found out about it again, so I wanted to highlight it. The Board of Library Trustees is sending 2 non-librarian members of the library staff to the Public Librarian Association meeting in Columbus, Ohio in April. And that is a tremendous part of professional development, because these are folks who don't have an MLS that you need to have that librarian title. And this is a really great way to introduce them to the profession, to see if they want to try to obtain that master's in library science that they would need to take on the next level. So I'm very pleased that the Board of Library Trustees is so supportive of professional development as well. It's important. And the third that I'd like to highlight is about streamlining operations and this customer service piece, and seeking opportunities to be proactive and innovative. And Doug gave a nice intro to me for this when he talked about the technology earlier, because that's such an important part of this. And as you know, we had funding at the November town meeting for the Integrated Financial Management and Human Resources Information System. And Centeo and I have been working to start to lay the groundwork for that. It's going to be a year to a year and a half implementation period for all of the modules, because we have to take our existing system that is not comprehensive and we need to put together and then get that ready to import into the new system. So that's a big a big project, but I'm very excited about it. And so Ed and I have started working on compiling the information that we need to be able to import that into the new system. And I just want to highlight, I've talked about it several times in different areas, but I just want to highlight how much this technology is going to help empower our staff. Because right now we have a lot of data entering that's happening, and that's not what I want for our employees. I want them to be able to take on higher level, more interesting work where they see a benefit. And I'll just give one example of that just from this week. We're bringing on I think it's 9 firefighters and 6 police officers just this month, we just brought them on the end of February and trying to get all of their information into the payroll system. There are about 10 pay types for each of those folks, and they all have to be entered individually for every single person. So for each pay type, we have to go in and enter what the pay type is, the account number. We have to type in the rate for that pay type, type in all of the pieces that go with it for each person. So it can take an entire day to enter all of these people into payroll. When we have the integrated financial management system, there will be a job class that will be police officer, and it will be set up with all of the corresponding pay types already loaded in, the salary table loaded in, the accrual table loaded in, longevity table loaded in, benefit tables loaded in, where we will just link that person to that job class and they will be set up, and we will just review and make sure it's set up properly. It will take about 10 minutes instead of an entire day to enter all of this. So I'm really looking forward to having this. It'll be a lot to set up, but I'm really looking forward to it because we don't want our staff to be data enterers. We want them to be able to focus on higher level work. So just to highlight the need for that again. And then also an important part of this item is the addition of an assistant human resources director position to expand the capacity of our department to be able to carry out this mission. There's a lot of work here to be done. It's exciting work. We want to do the work, but if we're entering pay types for firefighters and police officers all day, it's very tough to get this work done. And so, with the present staffing level, it's difficult to do more than address the most urgent personnel issues and fill the vacancies. And right now we have about 20 positions that are in various phases of recruitment. So not necessarily on the website, but are in first round interviews, second round interviews, offer letter, references, all the different phases of recruitment. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we're hoping that we receive funding. We appreciate the board's support of that position, and we're hoping to receive funding in April to bring that position on in July. And then just to expand a little bit on filling the vacancies, so why does it take so long to fill vacancies? And we've talked about this before, but one of the it's an important point to note because, again, the landscape has changed so much for recruitment efforts. We still have this labor shortage going on. This is the latest chart from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and then the newest statistic is that there are 9.5 million job openings nationally, but only 6.5 million people are unemployed. And a lot of people have left the job market, and there's a number of surveys that have gone out, a number of statistics, but it seems to be that with the pandemic, a lot of folks retired early, and then this newest generation that's coming up really values different items than the previous generations valued. They value flexibility, they value the gig work that provides that flexibility, and we don't see as many people on the job market looking for these types of municipal jobs that we saw before. And it used to be that, even in my career, it used to be that you could put a municipal job opening up with really just the title, a very brief description, and the rate, sometimes not even the rate, you'd have 100 applications. And it's just not the same way anymore. We have to really actively engage in recruiting, and that means phone calls, that means really spending a lot of time on the job ad to really make sure that we're highlighting why it would be great to work for us and what the skill sets are needed. And so there's been a real shift there in terms of the amount of time required to fill these positions. And then you might find a candidate and they might not accept your offer. You might have to go back to the drawing board or rethink what you need. So it has really changed in recent years. But I think we've been navigating it well. I'm pleased to say that we've been able to bring in very talented staff recently, and throughout my time here. And so there are some positions that we're still working on, but we have been very fortunate. And I think it's due to a lot of these efforts that we've talked about today with the compensation position and the culture, we've been able to secure excellent, highly qualified candidates for these positions.
Susan, can I, one of the specific examples, the IT recruiting effort, can you just, I know you're trying to cut some time,
Yeah,
but
no.
can you talk a little bit about your recent efforts working with Don Lewis in IT?
Yes, and so I'll skip to the next slide because I have them on the next slide. So thank you, Mike. So for the IT department, there has been a lot of changes in that department. We had 3 full-time positions that we were recruiting for simultaneously. And as Mike and I had discussed, it's very difficult to think about how are you going to message that we have 3 full-time positions in a department. And so we thought about that a lot, and we were very intentional in the job posting to let folks know that it's because of a restructuring that we've recently done. And one of the important parts to us in that restructuring was that we wanted a clear path for professional development. We wanted to think about the titling of those positions, and we wanted folks to know that there's a clear path for growth and development here. So if you come and start with us, you're going to have training opportunities and room to grow and a ladder or a path within the department. And so that's really what I tried to focus on in the job ad. And I worked with Don Lewis, our IT director, who has done a tremendous job in trying to provide a foundation for that department. There was a lot of turnover in that department before Dawn came, and she came into a challenging situation because there had been turnover in the director position. And so there really wasn't that foundation, and she's been working to create that foundation. And she has done a tremendous job of creating a collaborative environment in IT where there's a lot of problem solving done as a group, and there's a lot of troubleshooting, and they are doing a great job. So we wanted to make sure that we promoted that in the job ad, and so we talked in the job ad about how we had these 3 levels of positions that we were recruiting for, and there was a clear path for growth for folks. And even from that 3rd position, there was more room within the department to grow that we don't have opportunities for at this time, but we will in the future. And that we were going to emphasize the training, and we wanted just more individuals who had that collaborative nature and were patient problem solvers. And the response was tremendous. As Mike alluded to, I sent him a quick email in between interviews to tell him how pleased I was with the quality of the candidates. We have 2nd round interviews next week, and it's going to be hard for us to choose a candidate for each of the 3 positions because the quality is so high, and they have the skill sets that we're looking for. They're collaborative. They are looking to be part of the team. They're looking to grow and learn. They're looking to help create the foundation for IT that Dawn is trying to build. And I could not be more thrilled with the quality. So that's definitely a success story.
That's good to hear.
Yeah,
It is.
really encouraging.
We've really
Look-
underfunded IT for a long time.
And so it's important to note too that there were questions in the first round about town support for IT, and I was very pleased to say that Mike and Peter are very supportive of IT. The board is supportive, that there's a lot of support, and that's important too. People do ask about that, so thank you for that. And just some other positions I wanted to highlight. One is the DEI officer, and this was difficult for us. We had posted in May after the position was reclassified. We reposted in July when the board approved the new pay scale because we really wanted to make sure that we were attracting the highest quality candidates with our new pay scale. And we went through 1st round interviews. For the 2nd round interviews, we had an extensive process. Angela was part of that process. We had a citizens panel and a staff panel. The staff panel, we had Mike and Peter, we had Henry St. Julian, the Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging for the school department. Police Chief Lori was with us. Susie Hopman, our Director of Human Services, and one of our clinical social workers, Diane DeLauder, was with us as well. And for the citizens panel, I was the moderator. Angela was our board member who attended. Kathleen Haynes, the Chair of Commission on Disabilities, participated. Dale Kapp, the Chair of the Affirmative Action Committee. Lynn Rhodes, the President of the Cape Cod NAACP, and Pamela Rothstein from No Place for Hate Steering Committee. So we had a tremendous group that came together for our 2nd round interviews. We brought 2 highly qualified candidates with us, to those panelists. One candidate was just soared above the other and was so highly qualified, and we were so excited to bring that person on. And and unfortunately, the candidate had a change in personal circumstances, and we went through a number of rounds of dialogue where we tried to accommodate the new personal circumstance to the best that the town could. And after about 6 weeks of going back and forth, it became clear that the candidate withdrew and it was not able to come. So we were very disappointed because we were very excited. We had the office prepared. We were ready to go. And the tough part about this and what we're contemplating now is that the panelists were very clear with us that if this first candidate did not accept the position or we weren't able to bring that person on, they wanted us to go back to the drawing board. That candidate was so qualified that they couldn't see us moving moving to other candidates. And so we've been reevaluating. We engaged with a consultant just preliminarily to start talking about next steps and what we might be able to do moving forward to in the interim, perhaps before we were able to bring somebody on, what work might we be able to do with a consultant, and then how can we better set ourselves up in the future to have a successful recruitment. And I'd just like to share very quickly, because I know we're probably short on time, we are very fortunate to have a relationship with Rachel Glisper, who is one of the experts in the field for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and she has given a number of presentations, and Peter and I have worked with her before, and she's tremendous, and she happily agreed to help us. So we are thrilled that we have that relationship with her. So, and very quickly, do I have one more minute? Or?
No, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm going to take it away from Doug. So.
Okay, so I will wrap up. We've been working on the finance director position because we're so fortunate to have Ed, as you all know, but he won't be with us forever. So we're planning for that and thinking about succession planning, and we have an article for town meeting to address some succession planning if we're not successful in our next recruitment for finance director. And communications is a project in and of itself, but we're making progress with communications, and a large part of that is bringing on James Thomas, our new director, who is tremendous. He is the key to the entire puzzle here in terms of being able to lead the department. He's identified a number of issues that need to be addressed to enhance the department, and I feel very confident with his leadership we're going to be moving in the right direction, even more so very quickly.
Questions?
Susan, you are very inspiring. You know that, don't you?
Thank you.
I don't know if you give yourself enough credit, but you are very, very inspiring in the way you speak about this whole organization. Thank you for that.
I was going to say the same thing. Your enthusiasm is contagious.
Thank you.
And the positivity is so important. And it's infectious.
Hopefully.
Along with the practicality that she brings
Yes.
to it.
Thank you. I meant it when I said I'm so pleased to work with this tremendous group that we have here. It's a great group, and I'm very, very proud to be among them.
Susan is a tremendous asset and hardest worker. I mean, you all have probably seen
Oh,
her
yes.
in the mornings with carrying stuff and cell phone in one hand, already working before she gets into the office. So.
I come here
And
for
then
meetings
telling-
at night, and she's still in.
Yeah, and then telling her to get out
Yes, yeah,
at 6:30 at night.
thrilled to have her.
Thank you.
Well done.
Great.
Thank you very much.
I thought so you too.
Okay, we're going to move on. Discuss board packet workflow and early distribution of packets. Mr. Renshaw.
So we're going to try to trim some time, if Mr. Muscali doesn't mind. Chair put out solicitations for agenda items, and Mr. Muscali came up with this, and I think it's a great one.
Yeah, I've been doing it.
So Bob, if you want to kind of lead it, and then Peter and I'll talk about some of the things that we're trying to implement.
Sure, well, I mean, I start off from a position of not really knowing how the agenda actually forms and gets posted and so forth. So my concern was that we get the packets, we get the agenda Thursday, we get the packets Friday, and it's a challenge to get all of that information and review it for a Monday meeting. So I had seen that Barnstable recently, when they reconstituted the town council, they implemented a procedure where they advanced the date for the agenda to be posted and packets to be available for the convenience of the counselors, but also for transparency for people, you know, in the town who are interested in what's going to be on the agenda to be able to prepare for the select board meeting. You know, I realize there's a process in place, but one of my thoughts was that maybe we could have something like a preliminary agenda, because the chair, you know, Nancy mentioned, well, what we want to try and be as accommodating as we can for matters that are important that may not actually, you know, be ready earlier. So we want to try to accommodate those situations as they develop, but maybe some kind of a preliminary agenda that would at least indicate, you know, what's coming up, and then allow for the possibility of add items, you know, before Friday when it actually, you know, becomes officially posted.
Can I speak to that? I think, as you know, Scott and I meet with the town manager every Wednesday. In terms of putting out a draft, I wouldn't do that because things switch around. So if you see that draft, you might think that A, B, and C are going to be on that. And then for whatever reason, an attorney says, no, I'm not ready, or that kind of thing. So I think that would be really confusing. We do up a draft that comes back, and I look at it and relook at it. And it's sort of like a pending document, because I don't want it posted until I really know what's going to happen on Monday night. And so I think doing a preliminary might be really confusing, because I do take stuff off or add things on, because people will call at the last minute and say, oh, shoot, and I need that because it's time sensitive. So that's just my thought and how we organize.
Just a threshold question is, why Wednesday and not Monday? And maybe be able to post. Now, again, I know this is a process that's been in for a long time, but I'm just, you know, since everything seems to be geared to that Wednesday meeting, and I understand your point about things getting off or things being put on, but that's the purpose of a preliminary document. Sometimes it gets changed before it's finalized. I think the getting the information out for people to see sooner would be helpful. I realize there are some, you know, practicalities that might, you know, argue against it, but that was the reason why I brought up the idea.
Ms. Scott Price?
So I know some, excuse me, some of the things that are in our packet for hearings and whatnot, they have to be done like a week before or something. So I wonder if for some of those items that we know are going to be on the agenda, if there could be whatever the Microsoft version of like Google Drive is, Outlook, something. OneDrive. If some of those things could be uploaded to OneDrive, so at least those things we could go ahead and take a look at. And then whatever ends up being added later, or that we don't have the information for before Friday, could be added to the packet. So if the packet has 6 business items and then 3 licenses or whatnot, if the licenses stuff is done, or if we know someone's going to give a presentation, they submitted that already, if that could go into like a OneDrive, then we could take a look at it as we have time before the actual packet. I know that's obviously more work for the staff to upload something, but I think that might address part of the
Is that OneDrive something that's public as well, or is that for the board? I guess I'm confused.
I would think that would be just for the board.
Be that, okay.
Or maybe that's not.
Yeah, so,
I don't know if that, go ahead.
yeah, we'll just have to look at whether we want to make that a publicly available document. I think that in the case of a hearing that's already advertised, that's public information. We could just, you know, post that as an early packet as we do with, you know, with the packet on Friday.
Well, certainly that, and thank you. I mean, certainly with respect to maybe going out and, you know, checking out some properties, you know, being aware of those earlier than Thursday or Friday with the weekend coming on would certainly be helpful. But.
So we'll look into the OneDrive and the access issue. The other thing I was going to suggest, so I'd like to lock in. So right now, since I've been here, we did change the process a bit. Right now, all of the packet information, and the departments that all know this, is due to Diane, to the town manager's office, Wednesday at noon. Now, there's some exceptions, but we try to keep that so that we have all the materials, so that it's a process right now to build that packet. What I'm gonna propose that we do and look to try to implement is if one additional, rather than releasing the packets on Friday, if we can zip that packet up, Chair and Vice Chair review with me the Wednesday prior to the meeting. That's the final review of the agenda. I'm optimistic we might be able to trim a day. In other words, rather than posting the packet on Friday, maybe we'll shoot for Thursday. I think that's doable. I think it's realistic. The big picture thing I wanted to talk to you all about, and also I wanted to make a point that we all believe in transparency. So when Diane Davidson, the office manager, posts the packet, she's posting it to the public as well, right, on the website, so everybody's able to see it. You know, we can certainly, some places I've worked, the governing body likes to see the packet a day earlier, so we can post that packet, and we'll work this out. So the select board has access on a Thursday. On a Friday, maybe it's posted to the website, so the public has access to it. That's a kind of it's a policy decision. You tell me if you want to see, if you prefer seeing the packet before the general public has a glimpse at it, or if you're okay with, once we send it out to you, we send it out to the public as well.
I mean, I prefer that it would go out to the public at the same time.
Same time, okay, and that's, yeah, and yeah.
And I think a day, I mean, if you can shave off a day, it's just, 24 hours more of an opportunity to, familiarize
and that's what Peter and I
ourselves,
I don't think we're gonna have to push a little bit, and just make sure that all of those documents, there are gonna be fewer exceptions made, so all of the documents are ready to go on Wednesday, so that Diane can put the packet together. And this is where I want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about what Peter and I and Diane have been working on right now. We talked about automation and technology. Everywhere I've ever managed over the past 10 years, and Peter's probably seen this too, there's automated agenda management systems, there's software that basically, well, not basically, will save the clerk, in this case the office manager, Diane, hours of time assembling the packet. It's a web cloud-based, I should say, cloud-based solution where, right now, the agenda templates that you see, kind of the cover sheet that kind of outlines the history and purpose and background information, that is a version of what I've used in the past in these automated agenda systems that basically, rather than, right now it's all paper-based. The department heads or division heads are putting the information into a Word document, emailing that document to Diane, Peter, and myself. We review it, we edit it, I add my signature, like the stamp of approval, it's ready to go. This agenda management system, and we're looking at a couple of different platforms now, will automate that whole process. And the workflow is managed automatically. So it's not emails with attachments, it's all input into the system. And that's gonna shave days off the processing time.
And Mike, would that also allow for, once we get the link, right, and we're looking at it, would it have links within that document so that if you want to get to page 350, you can click that agenda item and go right there, as opposed to having to scroll
Exactly.
all the way?
It's called it's HTML kind of a version of the packet, and literally a link. And I'll try to find somewhere here on Cape that's using it now. Or just give you another example. I'll send that out so you can, but exactly, HTML, click on the link, it takes you right to that section of the packet.
Section of the packet, that would be a
We're using tabs now with the PDF, Adobe Acrobat, and that works okay. But this HTML version, you have the agenda item.
You just click right on it.
You can click on an attachment, like a sub-menu under that agenda item, HTML link. Click on it, takes you right to that attachment. So it gives you a lot of navigation.
A lot easier to figure out what's going on.
And your department heads would be putting their stuff into the cloud, and Diane would just have to.
Exactly. It's no more
So
this
she doesn't have to do that herself.
Email back and forth and trying to track down who owes you what. I mean, that's part of the reason why the packets take so long to prepare, is that it's just kind of a logistic.
I was going to say, that program will probably make it easier to get the agenda in place on Thursday or something.
Yeah, so what we'll do, we'll work with the department heads, Peter and I, to make sure that we're kind of ramping them up so that we're kind of shaving half a day, getting the materials together, so Diane has the ability to put the packets out on Thursday.
And let's just give the department heads a break too, because the week before the meeting is a nightmare for them, putting everything together.
Right, nobody likes to change and amend agendas, so that's why we try to
that's
close
the other
it.
part.
We close it on Wednesday at noon typically, so there are no more additions Wednesday at noon.
And let me just go back to your question, why can't we meet on Monday? How did Wednesday ever become the thing? Does anybody know?
We could
Monday's a bad day
I'm not doing
people
Monday.
that work, though. I
Because we
mean,
do Monday night, I'm not gonna do Monday morning. That's
Why wouldn't-
not gonna
Why wouldn't it
happen.
be Tuesday? Or-
You know,
Well, we
Well,
could
but no,
consider
but-
that,
But
but
you would be meeting the next, I mean, right? I mean, if
we meet every
Mo-
Monday. We meet every Wednesday, so if we
But
were
not to
doing.
set the agenda. The agenda's
yeah.
set every
But
other.
sometimes we have we
Well,
have
if you have- yeah.
successive meeting, I mean,
We meet
2
every.
weeks, two
we-
Mondays in a row.
But we
Yeah.
meet every Wednesday because we do the agenda, but we're also looking at the emails, other issues that come
sure,
up
no,
that we
I-
need to manage. So, I mean, I would consider Tuesday, but I would not consider
Oh,
Monday.
Again, I'm not trying to force anybody
No,
to
but you
do
had
anything.
said
I've just
Monday,
asked the
so I
question,
thought-
but, no, I just, Tuesday would be, would again. get-
But I don't know if that would change actually when we can
talk-
get stuff out.
We can talk more about
either.
that. So I just want to make sure that, so the one day kind of, we'll endeavor to get the packets out on Thursday versus Friday. Board wants it to go out the same time we send it to board, posted to the public on the website.
I think for transparency.
I don't know about the rest of you, but most of my constituent interaction is Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, and all day Monday about the issues that are gonna take place on that Monday meeting.
I would agree with that.
I mean, just,
That's when I get the phone
It's
calls.
really nice, the idea,
We
if
get
it's
the phone
possible to
calls
get
'cause
out on
that's when it's
Thursday, it would
posted.
be great, because
Yeah.
then we
Right.
could
Well,
have.
that's what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
I mean, if it's posted
Exactly.
Thursday, you know, people
That
have an
would still
opportunity.
be Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I don't know, they-
And
even
Monday.
Thursday too.
And Doug just
Oh,
came up
thank
with a
you.
great
Thank
point
you,
too.
Bob.
It helps staff getting it out a day earlier as well, because if
Right.
you come up with questions prior to the meeting, and you all know, that helps us, right?
That is
When we ask
helpful.
the Questions, so that'll be a good thing too.
Another, you know.
So we'll try to shave a day off,
Thank
get
you.
the packets
So we'll
out.
shave a day off and we'll consider looking at a different meeting day.
In the software, I just want to give you, we're looking at November town meeting, because that'll be another acquisition, procurement of the software. And they've about 25 to 30,000, I'll throw that out, the platforms that we're looking at now. That's an annual subscription, but it saves hours of work. Diane primarily, the compiler, but also the staff, right? And it just makes the process a lot smoother, so.
and Barnstable may have a much bigger staff to be able to do that, to compare it to, of course, they have 12 different.
Yeah.
I still think it's a good idea.
I think it's also a great benefit to Diane, because she won't have to stay late on Friday night.
Oh, she's excited. We've had a couple of demonstrations already with the software, she's excited.
Awesome.
She does a
Stop.
tremendous job as it is.
No,
Oh,
she
yeah.
definitely does.
She
Putting it all
absolutely does.
together is-
And
is
keeping
a
us
very hard job.
organized.
All right, so, Madam Chair, if we
Absolutely.
could go on to item
Yes.
number 5.
We're
and,
gonna do review and discuss capital project tracker tool, and you're on for
and-
25
and
minutes.
look,
Madam Chair,
well,
can I take a quick restroom break? I had a lot of water.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's reopen this workshop meeting of the Falmouth Select Board. It is 11:05. Mr. Renshaw?
had one other quick comment on item 4, the early distribution of the packet. So I mentioned the software platform that Peter and I are looking at, and Diane. The even better news is that there's unlimited users and unlimited departments. So any board, commission, school committee, anybody that's interested in using it with the town of Falmouth would be able to have access to this
Oh, that's great.
agenda
They
management
set up their
system.
own account,
Well, it's actually under the same license.
but I mean, on the,
Separate work.
They have
Separate
separate
workflow.
pages,
Yep, exactly.
Nice.
So it's going to be a great resource.
awesome.
Mr. Renshaw, are you looking to take things out of order?
No, ma'am, I'm actually going to move on to Project Tracker, but just spend about 5 or 10 minutes. rather than
Okay.
the rest of the 25,
And
'cause
and you don't have anything to put up?
I don't have anything.
Okay,
on the screen.
thank you. Go
So
ahead.
what I want to do is take the next maybe 10 minutes, if that. In your packets, you have an example. Peter and I have been talking about this for months. We need to have an instrument, a tool, a management tool that allows us to better track our capital projects. Peter McConerty and his staff were kind enough to put together kind of a mock-up, and that's what you have in front of you. Project managers, owner project managers use these kind of Gantt charts, you've probably heard that term before, to better manage and keep things on track and flowing. What I wanted to do is spend just a few minutes with you highlighting some of the elements of the form, and again, this is still a work in progress. We're not locked into this, but I think it covers the higher elements that we certainly need. We've talked about accountability, so as you can see, there's basically a project manager. Who's the responsible party? Who owns that capital project? This is just an example. It's a DPW water line replacement project. Matt Lannon, the water superintendent, is listed as the project manager. Obviously, one of the priorities that we need to know is we're looking for a visual. And on the right-hand side of the Gantt chart, you can kind of see that break out by years, 3 years. We can extend it up to 4 or 5 years, depending on the scope of the project. But basically give select board and the community, residents, and our various boards and committees just a quick visual reference. Is this project on track? What phase is the project in? Is it in construction? Is it design engineering? And are we on track and on schedule with the project? And the right-hand side of this Gantt chart basically does just that. It gives you a quick visual cue as to whether or not the project is on track. We're looking to add a comment, well, there's a comment section right smack in the middle. If there's any concerns or issues, or why is the project off track? Is it an internal issue or is it an external issue like permitting? I don't want to pick on the Army Corps of Engineers, but let me do that. So the Army Corps of Engineer permitting process, we all know, is lengthy. So the comment section allows, again, just a place for staff to put notes indicating any kind of particular reasons for the delay, or really any comments, any anecdotal comments. But I'm really looking for reasons for any type of a delay that we're experiencing with the project. As you can see, as you move to the left, we thought it was important to, as a historical reference, the town meeting article, dates and article, have that reference tied to the particular project. A lot of times we kind of lose track of when these projects were approved and funding was appropriated. So that particular section we thought was important to have incorporated as well. And again, as important as it is to keep the project on track and on schedule, whether it be design, engineering, or construction, where are we at with regards to the budget of the project? We thought that was important too. So that's kind of the fourth or fifth major element. You can see kind of, again, towards the middle is the project account number, and where the remaining funding, and we're looking to probably add a column that kind of indicates the percentage expended. Just we're looking for a quick reference. Now the big picture, and you've heard Peter and I talking about this in the past. It's important to communicate the information. So we're going to take this, once we fine tune it, and over the next several weeks, if you have suggestions as far as what additional information you want added to this, just let Peter or I know, because we'll incorporate it in. We're not locked into this format or template quite yet. But ultimately, what I'd like to do beginning in June is present quarterly, every 3 months, come to select board meeting with these chart, and there'll be a page for each of the capital projects. So right now you're seeing an example, DPW water line replacement, the various recreation capital projects that we have in the hopper right now, various stages of completion. There'll be a separate sheet just like this. What I'd like to do, and I've done it in other places, and I think it'll be valuable here, is every 3 months, presenting to select board, we'll kind of run through this. And if there's a reason why we're off track, we'll be prepared to comment on that. I think for transparency and visibility, and just so that everybody is on the same page, select board, various boards and committees, and especially the community, so everybody is aware of kind of where we're at with these various projects. I think it's just going to bring a new level of kind of awareness, how the town is managing and working through the capital projects that we have. So that's my.
This will be available for public consumption as we are.
Yeah, so every 3 months would be the presentation, so quarterly presentations, updates on each of the capital projects, using this as kind of the guide, right? But also posting it on the website so that the public can just, it'll be a static document, a PDF, but at least people can go to the website and kind of see where we're at, third quarter 2024.
What the holdup is, if there is one.
Yeah, and the comments, will be, and again, it's a PDF document, so it'll be relatively static, but the responsible person for that department, for that project, will be accountable for entering any updates and keeping that stuff updated. So that's my 10-minute spiel on capital project tracker. We've been talking about it for months. We're looking to roll it out in June. And then going forward, every 3 months, we'll have a presentation.
I think it's really important to have sort of, and I use this term lightly, but an OPM for the projects, because then we know that somebody's tracking it every step of the way.
So you have the
And
program
somebody's
and you're
accountable.
loading it now, is that right?
So, go ahead.
This is just a spreadsheet at this point.
Yeah.
And long-term, I think we may want to purchase a module that, again, would have some workflow and be a lot easier to use, but we want to get this started, and so for now, we're going to start it up with a spreadsheet.
And if you all recall, in August, our last workshop, we did a presentation on the strategic planning software. It has an element that Peter and I think may allow us to automate this, rather than a static PDF document like you're seeing. This piece of software that town meeting approved funding for, and Peter and I are actually implementing now. We're working with the consultants. It may have an element that we can import this information into that platform, so.
Well, that's what I meant. So you bought the software.
Yep.
And you're starting to load it now, really?
Well, it's
right?
more the software that we've purchased is, and it's
ClearPoint?
ClearPoint Strategies is the vendor. We executed the contract, and we're working with the implementation team now to bring that on board. It's more, I think, crafted towards the strategic plan, and we're going to bring in the 7 elements of the Select Board strategic plan and allow us to track those goals and objectives. Peter and I are optimistic there's also kind of a module or a component of ClearPoint Strategy, the software that's going to allow us to do project management too. We're going to see that'll be kind of an implementation second phase.
I see, because you want to use the overview first to get used to
right
how
now
to
we're
operate
focusing
it.
on the strategic plan, and because that's going to be a heavy lift getting that information that we currently have in different places, also static PDFs and Word documents loaded into the system to kind of monitor our progress with the strategic plan. I think there may be a use for that same platform for this, but like Peter said, we thought it was important to implement this as quickly as possible, because literally we have been talking about it for months.
Yep.
So I think it's important to have something in place so that people can kind of see that we're making progress. Okay. So that's all I have on
Any
the
other
capital
questions
project
or
tracker.
comments about the capital budget? Okay, we'll move into discuss private road maintenance, current practice and policies.
So we're fortunate to have our outstanding Department of Public Works Director, Peter McConerty, with us. Thank you, Peter, for coming in this morning. We are a little bit behind, Peter, but this is important. And we've got private road maintenance, current practice and policy scheduled for 20 minutes. We've got a brief PowerPoint presentation, but since Peter's the expert, I'm going to ask him to speak to the details, but here I'm going to give you the 30,000-foot view. So maybe 4 weeks ago, I was contacted by a resident who was concerned about maintenance, grading, in this case, on his road. We have about 210 lane miles of private road. Is that accurate, Peter?
228.
Okay. So we have extensive network of private roads in the town of Falmouth. My concern is that, and we can talk about this, and I want your direction clearly, with staffing challenges, resource challenges in general, it's difficult sometimes for us to maintain our public roads. And I'm concerned that we're spreading ourselves too thin with regards to, in addition to the public roads, the taxpayer publicly funded roads, we're spreading ourselves too thin with regards to maintaining private roads. So I want to have a discussion over the next 15 minutes or so with you to kind of get your direction. And Peter, if you could, launch the PowerPoint. Yep. And we'll kind of go through some of the specifics.
Just a
Mr. Scally?
threshold question, if I may. What is our legal responsibility with respect to the private roadway?
Yeah, so I haven't spoken with Maura yet. I do know that since I've been here, there have been instances where private property owners have made requests for us to do maintenance on private property, and I consider a non-accepted town road, private road, to be private property. Town council has made statements that, we should not be we should not be using taxpayer funds on private property. There's been a couple of instances of that, not specific to road maintenance. So I'll have to speak with town council about that. Again, this is just kind of a 30,000 foot view of an issue that I think I'd like to take a look at, get direction from select board, is to, what direction we going forward. Do we look at trying to minimize the amount of work that we're doing on private roads? Do we just wean ourselves and eventually get out of the business of doing maintenance on private roads?
But any discussion is going to come from what's our legal responsibility, right? So,
Not
And maybe-
necessarily.
I think
Well,
so.
you're talking about, you still have emergency service responsibility.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I
Yeah.
think we have to establish what our responsibility is with respect to those roads,
Well,
and then go
Let's
from
wait
there.
to see.
Yeah, and I think we first
I
need
mean,
to.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have this discussion.
Right, but we first need to hear from what the issue is, and then we need to go back to our policy.
So very briefly, if I could, I think, Mr. Muscali, you're asking, are we required to maintain these roads? And the answer is no.
No.
We know that. So, and Mr. Brown is saying we may decide we want to do maintenance beyond what we're legally required to do. But if the question is, is there a legal obligation for us to grade, pothole, resurface private roads, the answer is no.
But we have been doing it for decades.
Right, and
Maybe,
so
maybe
that
we
may-
should have a new program.
And I'm just suggesting that policy for the past 30 or 40 years may have ripened into some kind of legal responsibility that we might have.
Constructive,
I don't know.
We can
Let's
certainly
let-
look at that.
Can we let Mr. McConerty start, folks? And we'll ask him questions as we go through it.
So would you like me to go through?
If you don't mind scrolling through those slides, we'll just have a discussion.
So as Mr. Renshard had mentioned, this is something that came to light in the last month, but it actually has been something that Public Works has been dealing with over the years. What happens is we've been, as a courtesy as just was discussed, courtesy through the police and the fire, we grade roadways. So there's over 31 miles of gravel private roads that we do grade. And it's not that we grade it once a year. There are some roads that we grade monthly, and there's other roads that we grade every 3 weeks. So we try to grade the roads throughout the year, and I'll be going through this, but just as an overview, what we find is on private roads, we do not add material. We do not bring in material and add material because there's a cost to that. What we have started in the last several years is that if we do a roadway, say we mill and pave Sandwich Road, there's reclaim that comes up with the truck with the millings. They drop that material behind our site. We look at that material as available. So if we have that availability of that material, we will bring that out and put it down.
I'm sorry, Peter, would you say you look at it as what? Overburden?
No, as available
yeah.
material, because it's milled material. We didn't pay for it. It was
Right, no, I
part
understand.
of the project. So, but for the most part, we do not have that material, and we do not bring material onto a site. So it's up to the homeowners to purchase the material. We tell them, if you purchase the material, we will spread it for you. With that said, what happens is we've been grading the roads for such a long period of time, and most of these roads do not add material, that there's nothing left on the roadways, on the grading of the roadways, except fine sands and rocks. So we can go out and we can grade a roadway, but then in the next couple of days or the next week, once it rains again, it just opens up that road again and recreates it. So we're going out there multiple times and regrading roadways. So it's an ongoing maintenance task for us that it can become burdensome. But as Mr. Renshard said, that he had an individual come to his office. We get that many times per year. And what happens is sometimes it's over the phone, but a lot of times it's in person. And these people, residents, can be verbally abusive to our front staff. We're trying to help, and the comments that we get is that we don't know what we're doing and we're not doing it enough and you need to add grade or what have you. So it's something that we've been dealing with over the years. And I think, Mr. Renshard had the last resident that that came to Town Hall to complain. Typically in the winter months, we do not grade because the ground's either frozen, the roads are flooded, we can't get in there and we can't work on it. So we typically, we try to do it from like March time frame through the end of November. And then if we can during the winter months, we will, but most times it's during that time, so.
The plows do the grading, right?
Well, I'll touch on the snow plowing because it all interrelates, but I'll touch on that at the end. So we do have 228 miles of paved for the public roads, of paved roads, town and county roads. And the road safety rating is the average of the rating of an asphalt. It typically ranges from like 50 to into the 90s. Most roadways, unless they've just been repaved, you're not going to get into the 90s. You might be in the 80s. And what it looks at is roadway cracking. It looks at, potholes, shoving, and different things in the asphalt. So that's how we just recently had a pavement management manual done by a sub-consultant that we've been looking at doing to get an average of what our roads look like in town. And with doing that, we included the private roads because we wanted to get an overall for the whole town, not just for the public roads. So 39% of the roads require major or minor rehabilitation, and we have 3.2 miles of gravel roads. Most of our, 95% of our roads, 96% of our roads are paved, they're not gravel. Private roads, there's 114 miles of private roads, and their network road surface rating is 69, so there's about 5% difference, average difference in the public roadways to the private roadways. 54% of the roads require major and minor rehabilitation, and there's 37 miles of gravel roadways maintained by the town. That's the number that we're looking at, is this 37 miles. And it's throughout town. It's everywhere and spread out north, south, east, west. So what the policy that the town of Mashpee has had in place and have had for many years is they have their crews. They're a much smaller town, much smaller network, much smaller crews. They have their crews go out and look at the roadways annually, typically in the September timeframe, they do their basically own safety rating on the roadway. They look at potholes, they look at overhead, they look at trees, overgrowth of the roadways. It's different to be able to look at a private roadway with the overhead growth in August and in January. In January, they're heavier, there's snow and ice on them, they overlay into the roadway, and it can cut 6 to 7 feet off of each side of the roadway. And that becomes a big problem for our trucks and trash trucks, the hauling trucks.
Go ahead.
Peter, real quickly, so the group is clear what the focus is on this topic. So 37 miles of gravel roadways, private gravel roadways, that your crews throughout the year, typically not in the winter because they're wet, they're frozen.
Yep.
But your crews and have been maintaining by grading on a cycle basis, right? You cycle through when your crews have an opportunity to get to it, you'll do it, right?
Yep.
So 37 miles of unpaved gravel road is the number, and I guess that's the question, because really you're not doing anything, your crews aren't doing anything on the paved private roads.
Paved private roads, we do not.
It's the gravel roads. So it's a subset. Okay, I may have overstated the issue when I opened this. It's the 37 miles of unpaved gravel roads that I'm concerned about. Why are we doing maintenance on gravel private roads when we sometimes have a challenge maintaining the public roads that have been accepted in the system? So why are we doing that? So go ahead.
So could I just ask, under private roads, bullet number 3, I mean, is it supposed to be 50% of the paved private roads require major or minor
Excuse me,
rehabilitation?
yeah, that should be private, not public.
Okay, no, that's what
yeah,
I thought,
private.
so.
It's all under the private category, yeah.
But we don't do anything with respect to those roads, that's.
We do not,
Okay.
we do not.
37 miles is still
Yeah,
significant.
no,
That is,
absolutely.
that's huge.
It's
Mr.
huge.
Brown?
It seems like we should just, if we can do it legally, is just notify the people on the gravel roads that they need to be paved, and the town is gonna do it, and it's gonna be a betterment. Can we do
Doug,
that?
you're gonna run into drainage issues. People don't wanna pave roads that they can't put drainage in, and drainage is really expensive, and that's the pushback you would get with that premise you just had, because private road puts water onto public and other people's roadways, and without drainage, you can't alleviate
Well, when the
that.
town takes a road, they insist on drainage. You have to have an
Well,
engineering study
but it
done.
increases the ask of what you're
Oh,
proposing.
It does. But I'm just saying, I think we should probably get a policy in place for that and put that out there first. And then say, if you don't want to join up, then we're not going to maintain your roads. You're going to have to find your own grader.
We have a road acceptance policy currently, right? I should know the answer
It's
before I
very
ask.
difficult.
Okay, all right. So
The
we'll
neighborhood
look
has
at
to
that.
organize itself,
All right.
put up the money, pay for the engineering, and do all the work. Whereas if there was some leadership from the town, a lot more people would do it.
Okay, so we'll look at that existing road acceptance policy and come back with maybe some suggestions.
Mr. Muscali?
And I guess the problem with maintaining the private roadways, even if we're not obligated to, but if we maintain them and make mistakes, then I think we also might have some responsibility for not doing it properly once we.
I have some examples of that. I was actually, at the end, I have some examples of some problems that we've had and also possible solutions that we might be able
Thank you.
to. But that's exactly one of the challenges that we're having. So In February 2023, the town of Falmouth did a pavement management program, and that's what those RSRs come from, the Road Safety Index numbers come from. Private paved roads are in more disrepair than the public roads, and there's approximately 11 times more private gravel roads than there are public roads. I think we have 8 or 10 public gravel roads. Most of them have already been paved. And some of them are actually in the works. For example, William Road, where the North Falmouth wastewater treatment plant is. That was a private road we accepted several years ago, and the town is, because of the facility at the end of the road, we're going to go in and do the drainage improvements in the pavement because there is a town facility and there's trucks multiple times a week going up there with chemicals and pickup. So conditionally, typically the private paved roads are being in poorer conditions, and also the grading roads, the gravel roads, is a substantial burden to public works, I had mentioned. In addition to the roadway grading, what happens is the overhead tree canopy. So the overhead tree canopy, as I had mentioned, that comes down as the year goes on if it gets frozen or snow. But what happens is even a lot of these road neighborhoods, they do not have an association, so no one does anything. So just our trucks driving down the roadway, a typical roadway is 20 feet wide. Some of these private roadways, they might be 14, and then when they come in, you're talking 8 or 9 feet, so they're very difficult to come in. In the wintertime, we ruin antennas, flashes, mirrors, scratch the trucks, boxes. We do a lot of damage to our trucks. And then the trash trucks that go down the roadways, we get a lot of complaints from people not getting picked up. We call the trash company, and they can't get down the roadways. What happens on the top of the trash trucks is they have a lot of hydraulics and hydraulic hoses that pick up all the mechanics of the doors in the truck, and they're exposed. And that gets hooked on a tree branch, and it breaks, and then the truck is out of commission. So that they will not go down, the larger trucks will not go down the private roads. So as an operational overview, typically what we do is we have, in a week's time frame, we typically grade 2 days a week. A lot of times it could be 3 days a week. During the summer times, it's 3 to 4 days a week. So when we grade, we have one operator, a utility truck, and a large bobcat grader. We put him out at $2.50 an hour, and that's a contractor cost, right? Even if you were using town prices, you have to take in salaries, wages, benefits. You got to
Workers' comp.
Workers' comp. You got to amortize the equipment, the damage in the equipment. You got to. So we put in for $2.50 an hour, and a laborer goes with that operator. He has his own pickup truck, backpack blower, and hand tools. So we put him out at $150 an hour. So a conservative value of this would be about $400 an hour. So you're talking about $3,200 a day, $6,400 a week minimum. So we average about 40 weeks per year that we grade. So doing the math on that, a cost would roughly be about $260,000 just for the time, the trucks, and the graders. We have highly skilled operators, and you just can't take anyone and put anybody in a truck to grade. We have the graders, operators in the highway department that have been doing it for many years. They know what they're doing. They won't cause damage to the road, and they won't cause damage to the equipment. So, and more importantly with that also is the work hours. So if we took 2 employees, 16 hours a week, times 44 weeks, you're talking about $1,400 to $1,500 a year. It's minimum per year. Hours. So what happens is many times we do these roads multiple times. Sometimes we do them monthly. And if we don't get out there on a monthly basis, the abutters are calling.
Or after every storm.
Yep.
What do we, if I may, what are we talking about when you say grading? I mean, maybe it's a silly question, but in my mind, what is it that you're actually doing to the roads when you say grading?
So when we say grading, we're not talking about going out there and reclaiming the road. We're not pulling the road up and reshaping the road. We're just taking the road as it is, and we're just regrading, getting rid of the potholes and
filling in potholes,
Right.
making them as smooth as they can be without actually
Right.
making any real big.
Right. So as a, for instance, had mentioned liability, so part of, I don't want to go too long on this, but part of our liability is, so we go when we do a roadway, we don't shape the road, we just grade the road. We've actually had people in the past that we've graded a road and it's rained and because of there's no material in there, if the potholes come back, that have had their front yards flooded out or going down their driveway towards the house, and they have come back to the town and the public works saying it was our fault that we did it. And I believe, I'd have to check, but I believe there's actually been some claims on that too, from the private roads, from public works. So it's just something on a liability issue we gotta be able to look at.
Peter, can I ask one more quick question again, just to kind of put this in perspective so that everybody's clear? So 1,400 hours a year, kind of opportunity cost. That's hours that Peter's crews could be doing public roads. And stop me when I go wrong on this.
Nope, you're correct.
That we're spending on the 40 miles roughly of unpaved gravel roads. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Wasting time.
Well,
There is, as everyone has known, we've had so many drainage problems on our public roads over the last couple of years with the heavy rains. We can't, we're trying to schedule all that work, we can't fit it all in. So a two-person crew can average about 3 to 4 roads a day, depending on the preparation work. The preparation work, so typically you go down there, the potholes are deep, so you gotta get pumps and you gotta pump the potholes. So they either do it the day before, and let it dry out a little bit over that night. You just can't throw a pump in it and walk away because someone might steal your pump. So it's actually a truck with a person at that pump during the day while they're pumping. In the fall time, you got leaves, twigs, debris, and what have you get caught up in the roadway. You can't mix that up in the roadway base because then it gets caught up with the roadway and you get a complete mess. So they got to blow off the roadway and get all that stuff off the roadway. And then the laborer is in front of the grader, and he's pulling and moving the larger rocks out of the base so they won't get caught up in the base and damage the equipment.
How did this start? How did we start doing private roads?
Some selectmen lived on a dirt road.
Is that what it is, Mr. Brown? I'm just curious as to the history.
Good an explanation.
Could be.
Could be something like that.
So I would say that it's happened well before I came to the town of Falmouth, but I think we had the same issues over the years. It's just that it's getting worse because the roadways are not getting in better shape, and the private homeowners are not taking any work to alleviate the problems in their roadways.
They don't have to. You know, they feel like they don't have to. I think it started back in the day, Doug, when the DPW was helping out the emergency services because they couldn't get in, they were tearing their gear up, and they did it as a courtesy to the other town departments, and it's just gravitated to, this is what's expected.
Yeah, I think that's.
As a maintenance thing.
But it's like a no good deed goes
I
unpunished.
may be wrong, but I think
right?
that's.
School buses is and you're gonna see later in the presentation that there are gonna be some road segments that we're probably gonna have to keep. School buses, ambulances, that sort of.
No,
Okay.
Right.
Well, I was just curious as to how it started.
So the same thing happens in the wintertime, so, and I'll get through that, but in the wintertime, we used to have dozens and dozens and dozens, and I think now we only have like 4 or 5 medical issues with a resident on a roadway where we get proper paperwork that we make sure we keep that roadway clear. So it's another courteous thing so if an ambulance needs to get down that roadway, someone's ambulatory, an ambulance or a piece of apparatus needs to get down that roadway, they can get down it in the wintertime. So,
Peter, aren't there some instances too where you have a roadway that's got such an angle of repose to it that it's washing all its material down into public roadways, and it becomes a safety hazard on public roadways, and you guys have to go deal with that, push it back up the hill, right?
Yeah, it's also, what happens is all that loose material flows off of a private roadway and fills up our drains on our public roadways, so it causes more maintenance on us to go out and clean those drains.
Trench basin cleaning.
Yeah.
Cleaning out
Yeah.
rocks instead of leaves.
Yeah, it gets into the piping system, so I think this is the last slide. So over the years, I think I've already touched on this, it consists of fine material. There's no binder material in the grader, in the roadway for the grading to be effective, and that we do not add material. We only use it if we have the material available to us from a previous project. So, well, I'm going to get to that. Private gravel roads do not have drainage systems, so the combination of not having any material and not having drainage systems, it just, a lot of times it can make it worse. It just opens up those potholes even, it just keeps on opening up those potholes, and it's getting worse because we're not addressing them. We just keep on going back and just pushing the sand over them, and it keeps on undermining out. Large majority of private gravel roads are within conservation jurisdiction as sensitive areas. So what happens is we have a lot of these roads, and if people that are in town remember, Black Beach was one of them several years ago, that we were going out there to do some drainage work, and it turned into a big problem with the Conservation Commission because the work that we were doing, I think we were widening the road a little bit wider than it was. It was like 12 feet wide, and two-lane traffic is very hard, so we were trying to widen it. So we had to go through the Conservation Commission, and I believe we had to do RDAs or some NOIs with it, so it's more work for our engineering department if we have to do that. You know, we've been working well with the Conservation Department, but we can only do, they'll only allow us to do so much because of the sensitive areas. And there's a lot of these gravel roadways are in their sensitive areas in the conservation. So we spoke about the overhead tree canopy and the roadside growth. It comes down on the trucks. It's more of a problem during snowstorms. And we lose light bars, wipers, racks, cabs, scrapes up our trucks. It just causes a lot more maintenance for our vehicles. We have 54 plow contractor, 8 main plow routes in town and 54 contractor routes. We try to have the same contractors each year, but a lot of times they move around. Sometimes they go down to Woods Hole, they go up to North Falmouth. They'll drive by a roadway because they think it's a driveway. It's only 12 feet wide, 11 feet wide. They drive by it and the people call up, you know, that it hasn't been plowed. That's how narrow it can get. And then the bus routes. So what happens is Durand Drive up off of 151 is a typical roadway that we have. There's a lot of houses in that area, and I think there's a lot of children at different varying ages, so the bus routes go through there. So that's one road that we go up and we grade. A lot of it's asphalt, a lot of it's gravel. We grade the gravel and we leave the asphalt alone. So with that, school bus routes change annually. Public Works, I don't know if the town hall has any, but Public Works has no say with the school buses. They just show up and each year, and then we have to, sometimes there's problems with Public Works, and we have to be able to work around that. So, you know, maybe one of the options is to work with the school bus, because they just randomly pick the areas that would be best for them, to be able to work with these school bus companies and say, hey, you pick another area to go down some of these roads. That Durand Drive is, I mean, there's potholes larger than those tables and half as deep to the ground, you know, 1.5 feet, 18 inches deep that we work with. So those are the situations that we have, but as the town manager had mentioned, there are roadways that we most likely will have to do in the future. We will have to do them. There'll be ambulance routes, or if we have more of a formal, during the winter operations, we have more of a formal process for having a registry or an inventory of residents that have to be open for either the ambulance routes or what have you to get to the hospital. There are different ways we can work on to do that. But grading a complete inventory of 37 miles of roadway is just, it's a lot of work for Public Works. And you see on our capital request, pieces of those equipment is specifically purchased. The large graders and the tracks, rubber tracks are specifically purchased for gravel roads, not for our asphalt roads. So we actually have equipment that's geared just for the private roads. So those are some of the highlights, but what happens is we try to do the best we can with keeping these roads clear, but sometimes you get some residents that are just, they're not happy with the work that's being done, and they're more forceful to have it done more than once a month, that we want them done every 2-3 weeks or what have you.
Peter, it was easier back in the day when millings weren't in demand. See, years ago, millings, when they had Miller Road, they couldn't find places to get rid of it, so they're dumping on these private roads just to get rid of it. Now they reuse it and mix, and it's become a commodity, so they're not providing any of that, so the roads are getting in disrepair quicker, and they're not putting it, stuff's so expensive, they're not buying the material to put back in it.
And some of the, the millings that we said, we mill a roadway, and we, in conservation areas and sensitive areas, we cannot use that, so,
Mr. Muscali, if you guys would just let me know when you
I'm
want to
sorry,
speak, so
I
I can keep.
apologize.
Go ahead, Mr. Muscali.
Just a question. Are houses that are on a private road assessed differently for tax purposes than a house that's on a public road? Do we
It's gotta be a
know?
lower value.
that would probably be, that would be a question for us.
Question for the assessor.
It's a very
I'd be
good-
interested
I can
in knowing
That's a
the
very
answer.
good question, though.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Brown?
I would say also, some of these areas like Black Beach, you're not gonna be able to do traditional paving, because there's no place to put the drainage. But you could probably use permeable paver, which wouldn't require any drainage, and it's gonna be more expensive, but it's a big improvement, and the people might appreciate it, and their property value is gonna go up. Black Beach property value is already up, but at the same time, I got a suspicion that those people could afford to pay for that betterment.
So what are our next steps to really look at this issue?
Here's my ask.
What are our next steps?
So again, this came to my attention. I spoke with Peter a month ago. Before I go down this gravel path, no pun intended, I want to get direction from the board, because this is a change. We've been doing this for 30, 40 years. I think it is a drain, well, certainly it is a drain on DPW resources. We talked about 1,400 hours of work. If we can shave, notwithstanding the bus routes, and we'll have to coordinate with the school superintendent and whoever is in charge of transportation.
There's a director of
We'll
transportation.
find that out. There's a way to work with and coordinate and collaborate so that we're not having a negative impact on the school bus routes. The ambulatory, those folks that submit the proper paperwork, as Peter mentioned, what I'm looking to do is shave. So save 700 hours, right? Whatever the number is, but my ask of you is that the direction you would like us to go? Reduce to the extent possible from 1,400 hours and $256,000. It's more than man hours and that opportunity cost. I think that they could be better redirected towards maintaining the public right-of-way and public roadways.
Agreed.
So my ask is to give us direction, Peter and I, the two Peters and I, to pursue a policy that would begin to exclude the non-bus route, non-ambulatory route, unpaved private roads, so that our crews are not spending hours on that maintenance.
But it's kind of gonna leave them in a lurch.
Brown?
You know, I would love to see us first come up with a policy for taking the improvements, the permeable pavers, if that's something that might be more practical for these. A lot of these are roadways that lead down to the ponds, and the washouts going into the pond, so, I mean, there's a benefit to the community as well. So I don't know how much of it they would pay, if they pay 100%, or maybe we would kick in to incentivize it a little bit, because we are spending our money and resources now. So maybe we could.
So looking at revising that, you're talking about the acceptance, town
Yeah.
acceptance policy, and looking to revise that, and looking at a betterment?
Go ahead, Mr. Zins.
Just quickly, as long as there's some kind of language in whatever the new policy or protocol is, because there are people right now thinking that it's something that's owed to them right now, or you've done it, and you're gonna have a legal aspect to this. There are people that are going to hire lawyers, and that's gonna cost money and all of that. So on the rollout of this, I would recommend that there was clear language and specificity on how we got here, why we're doing this, and no, this isn't something that's owed to you, before you roll it out, because you're
It's
gonna.
it's a change of practice, right? We're going against our policy, correct? Our standing policy. But the practice is different from the policy. So the practice has been, we've been doing this. So that's where you're going to get your kickback, is the change of the practice. So I think we need to think about, are we going to do private gravel roads or not? And once we make a decision on that, and we either amend or go with the policy we have, we then need to look at, if private citizens want private roads accepted, how do we work with that to make that more accessible. But right now, we have, what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is we have an overburdened DPW staff and our resources, and part of that is because we're doing stuff we shouldn't be doing.
For free.
Correct.
So we need to somehow come to an agreement on how we move forward, is what I think I'm hearing you say. Go ahead.
I do think that Mr. Muscali's point about the assessing is an interesting question, because if these homes on these private roads are being assessed the same way, then I don't know the legality, but I would think that homeowners would feel like if I'm being taxed, then I should be able to enjoy these services.
Amenities.
And these amenities that my taxes are going towards. So I think that's a really interesting piece, because before that question came up, I thought, well, yeah, if it's a private road and you're not adding anything to the roads, they're just being graded and it's kind of useless and you have to do it every few weeks. But if their taxes are going towards that, then there may be some nuance that we have to figure out.
Yeah, that's the first thing on my list.
And I'm guessing that is taken into consideration when it's assessed. I mean, I would
so.
think that it
I
would
would
be,
too.
but.
I would
But
too.
I'd like certainty before we go much
And
further.
understanding what a private road actually is. What does that mean?
Yeah, and
But-
you know, it's really a shame that we've allowed so many private road developments. It was a mistake that we've made for so many years. It's too late now, but I would love to see us really get a vigorous program to take even the private roads that are paved, but we should start with the gravel roads first.
And it may be something that we think about, a year or two down the road, once we let people know this is the direction we're going into, rather than just, turn it on, September 1 or
Yeah,
something.
and
But at
that-
this-
that
but
it would be phased, and we're not talking about a substantial number, right? 37 miles, right? It is a big number, but it's manageable, and it would not be something we would flip a switch and.
We still haven't quantified the wear and tear on the gear either. That's a
I agree. I agree with everyone, and we're overburdening our DPW.
wicked.
So I don't think we can let go of that point either.
And again, I just wanted to introduce the topic to Select Board
appreciate you
this
bringing it
morning,
to
and then, and we'll come back to Select Board with some.
Yeah, I don't wanna let it go
some draft
too far,
policy. We'll
'cause-
look into the assessment issue.
Yeah,
think,
that's good to know.
I just think it's really important that we offer a program first before we take away a service, just to make sure that people know that we're not just.
But is it a service?
Well, it is a service right now.
Become one.
Well, it has become, it's
Not that it's
gravitated
legal.
into.
As
What I'm
our
saying.
mistake.
Right.
I just
As our
don't-
mistake.
I hope we don't just vote to stop doing it before we put an option out there that
Right.
makes it an
I'd
improvement.
like to balance that, though, again, because how do we manage the overburdening of the DPW at the same time? I think part of, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, part of the reason this is coming up is because your staff and your resources are overburdened, correct?
We're not, with the amount of work that's coming in and the other drainage issues and everything else that we're looking to deal with, it is becoming a situation. I just wanted, it is becoming a problem for Public Works. Just want to have two more thoughts for me. This is not the first time this has been brought forward to the town manager. A couple of years ago, it was been brought forth, not on the private road grading issues, but on the snow plowing and the canopy overcome. And at that time, we were looking to see if we wanted to come up with a list of roads, we have some roads that are real problem roads in Falmouth, that we were going to look at those roadways and then have a phased-in approach. I mean, for us, if it doesn't happen this year, if it happens next year, however it works, would be good for Public Works. We understand that it's going to be an additional burden. We do understand that. But a way to inform the property owners that these roads need to be brought up to standards, and we're not going to plow them. And so you can't do that in like September and tell them you need to have it done by December. But it's something that you could say on March, beginning next year, beginning in 2026, this is going to be our policy that we'll be looked for.
Makes sense.
There are different options. Like I said, there's the medical route. There's something. The police chief and the fire chief, these are the roads, they have to be maintained, what have you. And then there's the bus routes to be able to work with the school to say, there should be some kind of, at least the town should know where these bus routes are going to be on an annual basis, and just, they don't pop up, that they, I know
And there
it's
is an
really-
alternative to fix it. There is private entities out there to take care of these roads. It's not like we're leaving them without options, to take care of these roads.
Well, no, they have options, but we're taking away what's become
A
a
free
practice
service.
that they're used to.
What, another option, and this is, sometimes this can be a detriment for me, but another option is you can say, we're only gonna do this once every 3 years. Every 3 years, you'll get a courtesy, or every 2 years, you'll get a courtesy thing from the town, and that's it. And then from that point forward, you have to maintain it. But there could be, there's different options like that to be able to do it. But for us to be going out and graveling roads on a monthly basis, it's,
That's ridiculous.
Do we know what the experience in Mashpee was once they did this, as far as complaints?
It was an ongoing thing with Kathleen Laurent over there, and we have public works staff that live in Mashpee, and she'll just come out and tell you, we're not doing it. We're just not doing it. Now, administration changes. I don't know how it is over there right now, but most recently, that's what they've been working on. And they will go out. We have some Falmouth police officers that live in Mashpee, and they're even turned off. They're not getting their roads plowed. So, I just think there's a way to be, you want to be helpful and work with the abutters, but, the numerous times that we're grading per year, I think can drastically be cut down.
So we'll come back with an action plan.
All right.
Addressing some of the issues
That would
we
be great.
discussed this morning. I just wanted to get a sense and some direction as to whether or not we go down this road before we actually start the work.
These proactive things are, important.
Huge.
Huge.
We may not,
Whatever we can do to make, DPW more efficient, more effective, right? With the limited resources that they have, that's what we're trying to do.
Look, we're back on schedule.
Well,
no, we're 20
25
minutes over. All right.
I did not mean to grab that time, but.
No, we need to hear it.
Thanks,
Thank you
Peter.
very much, Peter. Appreciate it.
Time for a recess?
Time for, okay. The board will go into recess for the next 20 to 30 minutes. I'd like to reopen the meeting of the Select Board Workshop on Saturday, March 2nd, 2024. It is now 12:30. And Mr. Renshaw, we are going to look at the Steamship Authority long-range planning update and initiatives. And actually, I'll turn that over to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think Select Board Member Brown passed out a handout. You also have at your desk.
Just a little quick, couple of highlights on the current status. This year, we had another record number of trucks, 61,515 freight trucks total were carried by the SSA in 2023 through Falmouth, Vineyard Haven, Oak Bluffs, more than 200 trucks each weekday throughout the year. The Vineyard-related truck volume was up last year by 3.9% from 2022 to 2023. This is on top of a 5.4% increase from 2021 to 2022. What these numbers fail to reflect is an accompanying shift to larger and larger and heavier trucks on the Falmouth Vineyard ferries. So, in fact, if you look at the history of the traffic from 1960 on to now, the traffic doubles every 18 years. And if we've got 65,000 or 61,000 trucks per year now, think about 18 years from now, if that trend continues and it doubles again, 120,000 truck trips, that's crazy. So the thing is, we've had, for years, the Steamship Authority's done a great job of bringing people back and forth, but I think what we've come to rely on them too much for the long-range planning that we're expecting from them. They did recently hire a consultant to do long-range planning. I have mixed feelings about it because we were doing long-range planning. We had a long-range planning task force. Mr. Suso and I both participated in all the meetings. We went, and there was select board members from the Vineyard. There was Martha Vineyard Commission members. There was a couple of Steamship Authority staff members. And we were having very productive conversations. I honestly think it was more productive than Steamship Authority staff was expecting it to be. I think that we started to identify mutual interests, and common sense thinking was starting to prevail. So the Steamship Authority issued a RFP for another freight service, partly from the input from the Long-Range Planning Task Force. So the freight RFP was totally unsuccessful. No one responded except for potential respondents responded with emails saying this RFP is too restrictive, doesn't offer indication of support. It just wasn't anything that any of those potential freight shippers could have worked with. And they did get quite a bit of response on the RFP itself, but not to the RFP. So the task force members all were, of course, concerned with that. We asked that they revise some of the language in the RFP, be more instructive as to how they were going to be helpful, what they were going to do as far as arrangements. And we asked them to reach out to the New Bedford Port Authority to find out if there was other lots that could supplement the lot that they currently had available. There was one 2-acre waterfront lot with no infrastructure, and the freight shippers would have had to build their own roll-on, roll-off ramps, or whatever type of service and system they wanted to have. They would have had to invest all that money. So I don't think anybody was inclined to do that with a 2-acre lot, because it's not even enough room to work with. So the people on the task force all said, we want you to redo the RFP so it's more user-friendly and more practical based on the feedback that you got. And we asked them, could you please reach out to the New Bedford Port Authority and find out if there might be another auxiliary lot that could supplement that little 2-acre lot. But they just refused to do that. And I've been checking up, I checked up for months and months, and waiting for the next meeting. That was our last meeting. I think that Vineyard people, Falmouth people were agreeing on something, on a practical path forward, and I think the Steamship Authority staff didn't like it. And so they shut us off. They said no more meetings. 2 years ago.
This was,
2 years ago
yeah.
was the last meeting. Subsequently, recently they hired a consultant to craft a strategic plan, which is good. But to me, it's just another way of avoiding doing the work that was at hand, because they had a good planning thing going. So now we're faced with inactivity, staff-driven long-range planning on paper. It's going to be a good financial tool for them, their long-range planning. So I'm not totally criticizing that they're doing this planning on their own, but they're kind of doing it in-house now. And so I feel like while they're talking about long-range planning, they're missing the opportunity to actually be doing it. So what I'm thinking, I've been talking about this. I met with some Vineyard folks a couple of weeks ago. We had lunch, and we talked about whether or not we could informally get together and start doing this planning. I don't think that's going to be very effective, because we as individuals meeting and volunteering to talk about stuff doesn't really carry any weight.
can I ask you a question? Do
Yeah.
you know if the consultant was getting any feedback from the local communities impacted? And the reason I'm asking
They
the
did.
que-
I went
Okay,
to
thank
some
you.
of the meetings and commented,
I was curious.
especially at the onset when they were seeking that public comment. But they were really seeking the comments on the structure of the long-range plan rather than the content of the
Okay.
actual planning initiative. That's
Got
why
it.
I say it was a shame what happened, because they bringing in a consultant to start from scratch to develop a long-range plan. And I guess the plan's in place now, and they're starting to use it as visionary for the two boards, the Board of Governors and the Port Council. Port Council's kind of like the Finance Committee, and the Board of Governors is kind of like the Select Board, if you want to have an analogy of how they run. Anyway, so I mentioned to the folks at the lunch meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago that I'm so frustrated with the process. I feel like really we need to petition the legislature for some legislative action to, whether or not it changes the Enabling Act or supersedes it, with take the Steamship Authority and make it part of the regional MBTA or the Mass Department of Transportation. Let them become under that umbrella, because two things. One thing is that the Steamship Authority has made it clear that bringing a New Bedford freight service is going to cost the people on the Vineyard more money. because it's a longer trip, and it's gonna cost more. It's common sense anyway. I think that the Steamship Authority passengers are already paying the highest fare that I can find with my own personal research. The freight ticket for a 3-mile trip back and forth from the Vineyard to Falmouth is one of the most expensive in the country, regardless of distance. That's because most ferry services are subsidized because they're part of a transportation system. Whether it's in Maine or Portland, or, you know, those are the 2 premier ferry systems that you should look at. So I think to try to petition the legislature right off the bat may be too extreme, and I was thinking more about this as we were coming up to this meeting. I've reached out to the Cape Cod Commission personally to ask why they don't take an initiative on Steamship Authority issues, and they just kind of feel like it's outside of their purview because it's not really on Cape Cod. It's more a vineyard issue. So the Martha's Vineyard Commission probably should look at it. But I don't agree with that. I feel like I'd like us, if we all agree, I'd like the select board to petition the Cape Cod Commission to take an interest and work with the Martha's Vineyard Commission and start to identify actual long-range planning. Because if we just don't do anything and we just keep letting this go, it's just gonna grow and grow and grow. And it's already to the point where I think that the number of trucks traveling down this road is just too much. Recently, there's a company called 41 North, and they wanted to do freight service. They got granted permission to do freight service from New Bedford to Nantucket.
Right.
Now they want to expand to Martha's Vineyard. And the Steamship Authority Board of Governors didn't completely say no, but they said, well, we gotta think about it. One thing they have to think about is, can Mr. Packer Marine handle more traffic? They'd love to see it go there, but I just feel like it's kind of, the real long-range planning isn't really happening in my view. I think the Steamship Authority and the Board of Governors more focus on the day-to-day, getting the people back and forth on the boat, and rightfully so. That's their primary mission.
You said that.
Mr. Zelinski?
Yes, you said that, that you believe that legislation is needed. Have you talked to any of the legislators about?
Yeah, and
Spearhead?
like, I'll give you an example. Dave Vieira, I talked to him a few years ago, and he goes, why would I take that up? It's not broke, why fix it? That's his take on it, because they're self-funded. So he's a very pragmatic, financially motivated guy. He likes to work on the budget. And so to him, the fact that he doesn't have to fund it means it's not broke. But to me, I think there's more at stake. I think
What
that.
about the other house? We have more than just David Vieira.
Sue Moran, as you know, has taken up a few initiatives to try to do something, but she seems to be working in a silo by herself. Then Dylan Fernandez is in a tough position because he represents the islands. So it's challenging for him in that office, and whoever's going to be there is going to be a challenge for them, because they feel like they're not being loyal to their constituents when they start to do initiatives that could usurp their service.
But I would hope that maybe the next person, because this office represents a certain amount of Falmouth, and the other two,
And
could
I've-
be the person that brokers that between the communities,
And I've been
right?
talking to the candidates already about it, the ones that are running. So what I'm going to suggest for now, rather than going straight to the legislature, I think we should try to get some kind of a planning tool in place with the Cape Cod Commission, working in concert with the Martha's Vineyard Commission, and with a representative from Falmouth. So if you guys think that that's a thing that we would be wise to do, I'd love to see us do it.
What are the thoughts from the board?
is it
Miss-
ca- what is it
wait a minute,
called?
Hold on, Mr. Muscali?
No, I was gonna
And then
suggest,
you'll go.
reaching out to John Drewley, who's our new representative. I mean, certainly transportation is a very big part of what the Cape Cod Commission is concerned about.
Mhm.
And this is certainly impacting transportation in the town, so I'm kind of surprised that they, responded the way they did.
I think it just hadn't really occurred to them to take
There's
up
also
the matter.
I think the person at the Cape Cod Commission who's in charge of transportation issues is Carlene Medeiros.
Steve Tupper.
Yeah,
I spoke with
under
Steve.
him,
I
but
spoke
under
with
him,
Steve on the,
she actually lives in Falmouth.
I spoke with Steve on the phone 6 months ago, and he said he was going to talk with staff and determine whether or not it was gonna be something that they should take up. But, so, that's 6 months ago, so that's why I'm bringing it up here.
Zelinski.
Well, I am the representative for the CCMPO, and our last meeting, there wasn't any mention of any of that, so maybe that would be an avenue. So I represent Region A.
Yeah.
So maybe if we put something together, we could at least try to get some kind of support there, or at least some clarification, Doug.
Any
Put something
suggestion
together.
from administration?
Have we talked at all to, I know Mr. Jeffries, is it, our
Oh, yeah,
representative?
he was at the
So
lunch,
he's-
he was at the lunch where we were talking with the vineyard folks. Because there are a lot of people in the vineyard who are also very concerned about the traffic and the.
Did he have any thoughts? Did you bring this up with Mr. Jeffries at all, Doug? I'm just.
Yeah, he was there at the lunch that I
Okay,
was
did he
talking
think it
about.
was a good idea in terms of looking at, or did he
I
not
think-
opine?
I think we were all in agreement that something needs to be done, and we didn't really come to any conclusions at the lunch. We were just identifying that it's still a concern, lamenting that it's been almost 2 years without any meetings, and that the beat goes on.
Yes.
So
Ms.
several
Gutpress?
months ago, I was contacted by another member of the Barnstable Council who was interested in doing something about the
Yep.
Steamship Authority because they also go through their ports.
Mhm.
And they were supposed to get back to me after having some discussions, and I didn't hear back. But it sounded like there was some sort of appetite from the council there to do some sort
Oh,
of.
there is,
Yes, to do some sort of long-term planning. So I
definitely.
think if we decide that we want to send something to the Cape Cod Commission or whatever we want to do, we want to include Barnstable as well.
Definitely. We would notify, all of them, New Bedford as well. New Bedford has a representative, but the New Bedford representative has been sparsely attending meetings because there's not really anything for them to do, because there's no reach out from the Steamship Authority to New Bedford. And because of that, I think the New Bedford person is losing interest.
Well, I think as far as potentially petitioning Cape Cod Commission or sending a letter or whatever we decide to do, that's the part where I'm saying if we get Barnstable involved, saying it's not just Falmouth that thinks that you should take an interest in this, Barnstable as well.
I think
the
Barnstable is very
vineyard.
interested because, recently the Steamship Authority purchased 3 new vessels, and they're very large, and they're an extra whole lane wider, so our traffic's going to increase by that as well. But they're still of the thinking that the boats all need to be interchangeable with the Falmouth to Vineyard route and the Barnstable to Nantucket route. So they want to make sure that the boats can all be moved around to all the different ports. So they're taking these 3 boats, and they're going to chop a big chunk out of the middle with cutting torches and squish them down, because that's how they convinced the Barnstable Town Council to allow them to bring these bigger vessels in. In fact, the first time they went to Barnstable Town Council, they said flatly no. And they cited the fact that the boats that you have now can barely fit into our harbor. They're scraping bottom. Now they're going to have these much bigger vessels, and granted, they're going to cut them a little shorter, but they're still going to have a deeper draft. That whole harbor's going to have to be dredged significantly, and I don't think this is the kind of planning that should be appropriate. To me, personally, I have my own idea that rather than spending the money on chopping those boats down, they should spend the money on electrifying them, rather than bringing us old diesel ships that are just same old thing. They had an electrification presentation over in the vineyard. I went and attended, it was last fall. And they showed examples of all these other communities that are using electric boats, reducing emissions, improving efficiencies. They showed one from Sweden where this island has 1 wind turbine, and it charges a battery, and the boat pulls in, plugs in, gets charged up in half an hour or whatever it is while it's loading its passengers, and off it goes. And we should be doing that kind of planning here. We're building a big new terminal, but no modern, electrification infrastructure. They're not really, so that's why I'm saying, I think they need help with their long-term planning. Great that they have a plan, but I just don't think that they have the capacity to really do long-range planning.
I don't think they have
And-
the willingness to do it.
and the
I
willing-
Yeah, those are
question-
2 different questions,
I
right?
question their desire to do it.
I do too, exactly. So the history of the freight service, there was a freight service many years ago, and it was operated privately. The Steamship Authority licensed it. It ran for 2 years, and the operator was very enthusiastic about continuing. And for some unknown reason, the Steamship Authority decided not to renew the license and said, no thanks, we're going to take it from here. And they, at the time, said that they were going to run their own service, but they never did. The thing is that they're just guarding the revenue. It's easier for them to just work out of Falmouth, get all the ticket sales, and manage all the revenue and control everything, rather than sharing it with a lot of other licensed carriers. Every time they talk about a licensed carrier, the first thing they worry about is revenue. And because they're revenue dependent, they don't want to license other carriers. I think that's a mistake. I think that they should not even be the ones doing the licensing, because it's a conflict of interest. I think that maybe the Department of Transportation should be doing the licensing. And then if the Steamship Authority needs to be subsidized to operate and make their ticket prices reasonable, that should happen. I think the subsidy, they don't want the subsidy because they don't want the oversight, because they like things the way they are. So if we just let things stay like they are, nothing's really going to change. And I feel like there really needs to be a change in the structure to create the change in the facilitating the planning. So.
I had asked Mr. Jeffries to look into, and he did, and he said that to look into the capacity of the trucks and whether they're being used to their fullest capacity, and he said no one's ever done those studies. But I mean, if you've got trucks that are going half full, and somehow had some kind of a system to require that they be, used to their fullest capacity, some kind of, system to ensure that, you'd cut down considerably on the traffic.
Well, and also there's the folks in Woods Hole, the regional group there, they have come up with some, I thought, really creative, good ideas. Looking at between 10 and 11 a.m. is a kind of a slack time when you don't have a lot of traffic and you have boats that are sparsely loaded. Rather than forcing everything onto a 5:30 boat, maybe some of that traffic could go in the mid-morning. But they just refuse to do it because the customers, the truck drivers, don't want to do it. They like that early morning because there's not a lot of traffic on the road, and I understand that.
And they're out, yeah.
But at some point, you got to start give and take and negotiate and work with people. Because recently, the Steamship Authority notified that at some point, they could be a 24-hour service. Heads up. When they start talking like that, that means it's probably going to happen. So I think that's another reason why we need to start intervening on behalf of our residents.
Any other questions, or do we want to think about sending that letter to the Cape Cod Commission?
And is that the right,
Is
starting place?
Is that the right place?
So I agree with Angela. I think it would be more powerful message if this letter is a partnership between us and Barnstable. I don't know.
I agree with that.
The logistics of how to put that together. So I'll let Peter and I work on that. We'll come with a draft letter and have select board sign off on that. But I think it'd be a stronger message if it's a partnership.
That's definitely true, yeah.
Well, for him to reach out to Mark Ells.
Yeah, to Barnstable, talk about it, see what their concerns are, and if we feel like this is the right way forward. Or maybe they'll say that legislation is the way to go, I don't know.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson-Staub.
We can absolutely do that, and we will. I just had a question for you, Doug. Do you know if we were going to ask the Cape Cod Commission to work with the Martha's Vineyard Commission, recognizing that there are, two regional planning entities involved in the steamship, do you know do you have any idea of what the vineyard towns would feel about that? Did they see,
Well,
I know some of our interests
I know
collide.
the two commissioners that we had lunch with were very interested in that.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Because I think that's the other collaboration we might want to look for.
I would think so,
Yeah.
that you'd want the vineyard. So can we wrap this up and leave it as administration will look at putting a letter together, connecting with the other towns, bring it back to the board for a formal vote?
yeah.
But it sounds like that's the direction we want to go in.
I think that
Okay.
sounds right, because we need to try everything practical first before screaming to the legislators that nothing's working.
We'll also add some
would agree.
legislators to the argument too. If you
Yeah.
partner with Barnstable, they've got legislations that could help work on this as well.
Right.
anything else you want to bring up about SSA long-term planning, Mr. Brown?
No, I think that's good for now.
Okay,
Thanks for bringing this up, Doug.
yeah,
Thank
that's, and I know it's been on your list for at least 2 years. Okay, we're gonna move in to discuss the Bikeway self-propelled Bud Rail diesel car concept, and I'm gonna kick that back to Mr. Brown.
So I just gave you this little overview. I know Mr. Renshaw included the front page, but this back page shows you some of the more practical information about just this one car that's available. It's about 80 feet long. It's for sale. It's like a 1953 or 1957 train, but it's been, had a lot of work done on it. And by the time we get around to doing this train might not be available. But this is just an example of what a Bud car is. It's a self-propelled diesel train, and there's a driver control at each end, so it wouldn't have to turn around. It would just drive, and then the driver gets out and sits in the other end. I talked to the CEO of the MBTA to get some understanding of, I first had this idea that we were going to use an electric trolley and put the tracks, on it. I was thinking like a street vehicle, but the MBTA director advised me that these things have to be national railway safety standards, and only real train cars meet those standards. So he suggested I start with a Bud car, and a used one at that, because we don't know if this is just going to be a temporary interim service. Maybe someday they'll figure out how to afford the rail with trail. Maybe someday they'll build a new train track somewhere else, and we will tear up the tracks, but this is
would go from where to where, Doug?
This would go from the terminal at North Falmouth to the terminal at the Buzzards Bay, right next to where the train bridge is.
Is that 6.5 mile?
Yes.
Thing we've been talking about, the
Yeah.
route we've been talking?
So what I envision is this thing sitting overnight in North Falmouth, because that's a point where the double track is, and they could be out of the way of any trash train or any emergency trip that might need to come through. At some point, I would love to see it be electrified and a charging station in North Falmouth, because then it would be nice and quiet going through the neighborhood. That's one concern that we're gonna have, and we're gonna have to reach out to the Bourne Select Board if you guys agree that this is something that you wanna pursue. But the idea would be that it would be an hourly service. I don't know if we would charge, but maybe we would charge $1 to ride it, just to, make some income to offset the budget. Right now, that Tom Caher has found $20 million in ARPA funds that's going to expire at the end of this year. That's the reason that the Bourne folks are in such a hurry to tear up the tracks, because they could probably get the whole thing done for that $20 million. But as we've voted that the tracks are important to us, so we'd like to keep them. So I would suggest that we could probably petition to get some of that $20 million to fund buying this thing, outfitting it. It has to have the drivetrain re-hooked up. It's been used as a dinner car where they weren't using the engines that are on it, but it has 2 good engines that have been not heavily used. It's nicely refurbished. It's got a dining facility set up and a bar facility, because it's been used as a restaurant train.
What about the bikes?
The bikes, we'd have to take out some of the seats. I don't think we need a whole 80-foot car full of seats, so we take out some of the seats, put the bikes right inside, people could keep an eye on them.
Go ahead, Mr. Zelinski, and then.
Parts availability on something that old and upkeep costs. Have you figured any of that out yet?
Nope. Right now, it's just a rather a discussion of a concept, whether or not people in Bourne, where it's mostly going to be located, would be even receptive to this
Where's it
idea.
now?
This thing?
Yeah.
Ontario. This particular car. Takes about $8,000 to get it. And I got, you can sign up to get onto the website and get all the details. Good, nice photographs. It's a good-looking train.
I'm going to go to Ms. Scott Price, then Mr. Muscally. Go ahead.
So, just so I understand, the idea would be that somebody with their bikes would get on this train to then get to Falmouth to ride the rest of the bike path.
Exactly.
And then when they wanted to go back to Bourne, they would bring their bikes back on and then go back to Bourne.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the same thing here. I mean, people might ride from Woods Hole, get to North Falmouth. They'd know that the train runs on the hour, so they'll arrive at the right time to get on the train, take that little 20-minute ride to get to Bourne, then they can hop on the Canal Bikeway and go.
And they hook up to that other section. of
Right,
the
and it takes you right there. There's a
88
parking
or-
lot at the other end, right near the, where the train bridge is. That's where the track split.
Yep.
And I'd like to take it, in the future, I'd like to take it a step further and have the train be able to continue over to the property that is on our future discussion off of Falmouth Woods Road there, because that could be a little train station. You could put parking there, people could commute back and forth. I mean, it's a great addition to the transportation system.
Mr. Muscali, I'm going to let you go, and then Mr. Renshaw.
Who ultimately has the ability to say that whether or not this can be done? Do we? No.
People in Bourne mostly.
But is it just Bourne? I mean, who maintains or who has jurisdiction over the railway? I mean,
Oh, it's part of the National Railway System.
So
And
we'd
so
have to
Cape
get-
Cod Central Railway,
So we have to get somebody's approval in order to do that.
yeah, and I've spoken to the people at Cape Cod Central
Okay.
Railway. And they've kind of endorsed the idea that they think it would be manageable.
Okay, that was my concern.
Yeah.
Mr. Renshaw?
Operations, do you kind of perceive some type of a public-private partnership? Who would operate the train? Would it
Cape
be-
Cod Central Railroad.
would be the
And they'd have to do
operators?
the maintenance, and probably, I don't know if it would be weekly or monthly, I don't know that much about trains, but it would probably take a trip to Barnstable to the yard where they do the repairs.
Ms. Scott Price?
So, potentially using ARPA funds to pay for this
Initially,
initially, and then if it's gonna be maintained and operated by Cape Cod Railway,
there's gonna have to be a budget supplement for them.
so I'm wondering, so then basically Bourne and Falmouth would need to work together to supplement whatever needed to be supplemented.
Possibly, or maybe there's some kind of MBTA funding. I don't know how that part works. Right now, it's just a concept, and we have to see if the folks in Bourne are gonna be willing to consider it. And then if they're willing to consider it, then we'll go further and do the nuts and bolts.
Right, because they voted to completely rip up the.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think they feel like that's their only option.
And because the money's hanging over their heads and is time limited, I
Right.
would think.
This would give us a few years to think about other ways to fund it rather than emergency ARPA funds. Maybe there's a longer-term solution. Maybe this becomes a permanent solution, I don't know. The Bikeways Committee wasn't very enthusiastic and didn't really support it. I don't know, you saw the email.
I did.
Yeah, they feel like tearing up the tracks is the way to go, so they're not really on board, and they weren't really interested in reaching out to the Friends of the Bourne Rail Trail, or whatever they call themselves.
So can we start to look into this? I don't think that we have enough information to make any decisions.
I think the only thing that I was looking for today is if the board thinks it's worth investigating, I would ask the town manager to reach out to the Bourne town manager and see if that select board has any interest in maybe a joint meeting with us to discuss whether or not this is something they want in their town, because it's really mostly in their town.
And theirs.
Because this is assuming that the tracks don't get ripped up.
It's
Right.
correct.
Because at that point, then they're gonna have to make a decision, well, if the tracks are gonna stay here, then what are we gonna do with them?
Yes.
And I think they've come out quite strongly that they want them up, correct?
They want the tracks removed.
Tracks gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
So but I believe the select board as well, am I correct?
You're correct. I heard it reiterated at a meeting related to the, I won't get into it. I was at a regional meeting,
Transfer
Upper
station.
Cape
The
meeting,
transfer
and the Bourne town administrator was there, and she made it very clear it's a very high priority for her board that the rails are removed so that they can be replaced with a bikeway.
Can you remind me, who makes that ultimate decision on if they're gonna get ripped up or not?
Yeah, so that's a really good
Governor, right?
question, because there's a railway that is not under the jurisdiction of either of the towns. I don't remember the exact, whether it's the Massachusetts Railway that has jurisdiction.
According to the CEO of the MBTA, it's a part of the federal railway system, and it would be a federal approval. And I know that the folks in Bourne are counting on the governor to make a decision, but I don't think she has the authority.
Or at least part of the tracks, right? Or is the entire
The
track?
F2 rail, according to the MBTA director, the F2 rail is a part of the national
Okay.
rail transportation system.
Well, we recently wrote the letter to the governor's office, with respect to that issue, so.
Right.
And I don't dispute that it's part of the national rail system, and there may be a federal approval required. I know there is a state lease of the railway. When I was in Yarmouth, there was an issue with, contracting and needing the approval of the state railway entity, so it may be both.
So
And the base, the military base is also a key stakeholder.
to keep it, and
they
they
wanna
have
keep it.
been very clear. So I think we need to, because I'm trying to stick to our 2 o'clock, but we need to make a decision as a board whether we want the town manager to continue to pursue this concept, to see if it is something that we could get some
So have
information
that
on.
dialogue with town of.
Right.
To at least approach, and maybe this would be intriguing to them, this potential rail car operation. I don't know if they've looked at it as an option, but we would certainly reach out and,
So do I have consensus of the board that we would like to direct the town manager to look at the concept?
Yeah.
Mr. Brown? I'm just
love to.
doing consensus.
Yes.
Mr. Zelinski?
and then we'll
Okay.
report back to the board as far as
That would be
what
great.
feedback we received. Okay.
Excellent.
Appreciate it. And, they might put us off and wait till the end of the year when the ARPA funding runs out, and then maybe they'll come back.
And then see where that goes. So a question for the town manager, would you like to take 9 and 10 out of
Yes,
order?
Madam Chair,
Okay.
I would. I'd like to move the police station habitability repairs and possible site locations discussion
Okay.
to the next agenda.
So we will take it out of order. We're going to move 9 and 10, because Chief Laurie is here. So if you'd like to come up, that would be great. And we're going to discuss status of the police station habitability, repairs, and possible site locations for a new facility. Welcome, Chief Laurie.
So, Madam Chair, what I'd like to do is kind of kick this off and then just have a discussion, kind of multiple pieces to this. I wanted to first, with Chief Laurie's assistance, kind of give an update on the rehabilitation of the existing police station. Facilities, DPW facilities been doing a great job. The police department's been collaborating and working with DPW facilities to kind of expedite some of these repairs. So I want to go through, you have as part of your packet a list that Greg Endicott provided. I'm not going to go necessarily through each one of these items because it's a long list. I asked Greg to provide a list of those items that have been completed and what we have left outstanding. And if you'd allow me, I'll just highlight. And you have photos in your packet as well. And I don't think I have any slides to put up on the screen, and I apologize for that. But the rehabilitation efforts are well underway. I'm going to let the chief talk about kind of his observations, but I do want to kind of walk through the HVAC air handlers, the ductwork, the nasty kind of health concerns that we had in regards to the ducting throughout the building have been professionally cleaned and disinfected throughout the facility. I was in there for a meeting not long after that happened, and you could tell it was an immediate difference. You could tell. Filters have been replaced. Some of the diffusers, selected diffusers have been cleaned out, sanded, and painted. The entire facility, top to bottom, is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Has received a deep cleaning and disinfection. And that was an outside contractor that had to do that, right? So professionally cleaned and disinfected, top to bottom, the entire facility. There's been multiple offices painted, captain's office, sergeants, the roll call room, dispatch supervisor's office, the gym, which I do have photos in your packet. And thank you, Chief, for the great work you've done kind of rehabbing that space, because it's important as well now that our officers stay in shape. And then this first floor storage room. So those are some of the sample offices that received some painting and replacing of damaged ceiling tiles and that sort of thing. Some drain lines have been replaced on the main first floor above the gym. Evidently, there's some leakage issues into the gymnasium area. Again, select ceiling tiles throughout the building were placed, and light fixtures, specifically in the gymnasium area. Flooring. I was just in there for a meeting, and you see stuff, but it doesn't register. But I was in there for a meeting last week and again this week, and noticed the carpet. They've got the modular carpet squares installed. Doesn't show real clearly in your packet.
It does on the digital one.
Yeah, does it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have thought to have that on the screen, because it's a huge difference. Carpeting was torn up gotten wet, dried out, wet again, so you can just imagine the mold and mildew kind of smell. So a huge difference with regards to replacing the carpeting. I love the modular carpet squares, because now if it gets snagged and ripped, damaged in some way, they can rip up just that section, obviously, and lay down a new square. So that's the way to go. Versus, I think it was just rolled out carpeting in the past.
You could jam in the side softs as well, a little bit more durable.
5 pickup truckloads full of old furniture, cubicle partitions, equipment, stuff that wasn't being used, just kind of cleaning out the space generally, and removed to the landfill, I'm assuming. They built out the new ammunition storage room in what was referred to as the old dark room. Relocated some of the furniture, again, to make more efficient use of the space. Built in some cabinetry. I think there was some work on some of the audiovisual, the TVs in particular, maybe the briefing room and the training room.
Still working on that, yes.
There's a note here about the designing of a new utility layout to support the office rearrangement and reassignments in the roll call room and sergeant's office space, central records. So that's a list of, and I think it's an exhaustive list of the rehab efforts that have been underway for the past couple of months? Three months? Yeah.
Probably about 5.
Okay, all right. It's been that long?
Yeah.
Well, time flies. All right.
Didn't waste any time, did you?
No.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Laurie, how about the women's shower room? That was really bad.
So ServPro, believe it or not, couldn't get up some of the, what I consider would be mold in the shower area. But the second vendor that we brought in the deep clean, they really did an outstanding job. There was a noticeable difference.
And is it functional? Is the shower
Yes.
functional? Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Chief, when I was there, the booking room, we had some incidents in the booking room where it was very antiquated and less than safe. Has anything been addressed there?
There's not much we can do with that. It's just nothing we can do with it. That's where the new station comes in. And I've been taking staff touring different facilities to show, what is 21st century policing and what is safe. It is not safe down there.
Just get that on the record, that's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
When you say safe, you're talking about safety, the officers doing the booking, more than just the environmental issue.
The design is dangerous. There's, for instance, what I'm used to is, you have a booking area where if you have an unruly person, you can put them secluded in an area. We don't have that ability. There's a lot of items in there that could be utilized for weapons that were not being taped. Are we being taped right now?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's some security issues, as well as the facility itself is not secure. And I'll just leave it at that.
And it's a small area without
Yes.
any way to get sort of around or get out.
It's tough.
With one place.
It really is. It's a nightmare, to be honest with you. So, we really are in need of a new facility.
Ms. Scott-Price?
Chief, when I toured also the holding cells, I know that they are not up to code.
No.
And I assume that there's also nothing we can do about those until.
No, we're grandfathered in that area, and we don't have the money, even with the money that I'm utilizing now, to make the corrections that need to be made. There's no running water except for the toilets. So if someone needs to wash their hands after they use the facility, we have to, again, safety issue, have to take the person out to a sink area. I mean, it's just, there's no fixing that.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
they're archaic. Are they clean? Have they
Oh,
been
yes.
cleaned?
Yes, we did a deep clean there, and
Even
we
there?
continue to make sure the cells are clean. We, want to have a healthy environment for those detainees that are in our care.
You have to double up on some personnel too, just to do rudimentary tasks with them now because of the circumstances, though, isn't that
Yeah,
correct?
there's at least two officers. There's always a supervisor and one officer in the booking room. And we have someone in there right now, quite frankly, we have several officers with this person because they're very dangerous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As I drove here just now.
So I was able to pull up the photographs. I apologize for that. We do have some color photos. And I think is this the sergeant's area?
So that's actually a gray laminate. So if you recall, outside of the old dispatch area where the desk officer sits was the sergeant's office. It was a tiny little space with 6 people crammed in there. So what I did was, this was the old roll call room. I moved roll call to the main community room. It made more sense because this is where the officers were doing their reports and we were interrupting them, so roll call. So there'll be 6 desks in there for our supervisors. It also gives them an area where they have some privacy if they're counseling an officer or something's happening, where before it was like a fishbowl. Everyone could see what was going on. So where the sergeant's office is, that's going to be the report room. There's going to be 6 workstations, where in here there were only 4. To allow them to work, and then I'm going to make a little break room area outside of that where they can sit and have lunch. Right outside of dispatch, we're going to wall off where the desk officer is, do a pass-through door. Right now, if you go into our lobby, the officer has to actually leave a secure area to go outside through this little vestibule, where now I'd like them just to have some safety and security, and they'll just be able to have a pass-through to exchange information, reports, and different things. So those are the upcoming projects.
How about your victims advocate?
So,
Do they have a private place to
so
work?
they don't have a private place per se right now. They would have to use a conference room or something else. So what we did was, where you'll see in these pictures, that is where the officer's report room is going to be, which is right outside of dispatch. Again, new rug flooring in there. The clinicians, we actually put them, they're in records, the records area. They're going to have petitions, you know, for their desks, for their 2 desks. And there was an office we were going to utilize for them. That's Captain Reed's office. You'll see the pictures of that with that's my admin's. That's the new gym.
I may not have loaded the 2 captains' offices.
So the captain's office, we actually purchased him new furniture. He didn't have furniture, but that's going to come with us to the new station. So that's the captain, beautiful, really high-end, nice furniture. We're going to bring all that with us. All that gym equipment, we're going to bring all that with us.
Who would want to leave that?
Yeah.
When they see the new station?
Yeah.
Can
They
you find the gym photo, Peter?
So basically, that's all brand new purchased. It's going to all come with us. That flooring too, that's before there was an old rug and it was just disgusting.
That smelled terrible.
Where that's rubberized flooring, we're going to take that with us. We're going to bring that, we're going to match that. It's going to be a bigger gym flooring. So when we ripped up those rugs, it was pretty nasty what we saw in there, especially if you looked at Kristen Nickerson's office and in my closet area and in the conference room. So after that happened, what I saw under there on that Saturday and Sunday, and I can't thank DPW, Greg, enough. They've been absolutely fantastic, and my staff. It's been all hands on deck, moving furniture, and I decided after seeing that we're gonna laminate the community room where we do roll call now and trainings. We're gonna do laminate in there, and we're gonna replace the rugs in the other office areas. I wanna see what's under there, because water did make its way into those other areas as well. So even though that flooring's only maybe, I mean, the other rugs were probably 20, 30 years old. These are probably 10, 15. I decided, for that, if we're gonna be there, it could be, who knows, 3, 4, 5 years. I wanna make it safer and healthier. So I'm ripping up all that flooring and gonna replace it all.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Chief, what happened to where the vending machines were, that mess of a go eat lunch down there?
Yeah, that's why I wanna do something upstairs. It's still gross.
Is it?
But it's clean gross. So, we're keeping it clean, and yeah, it's just.
That's a good term, though, clean gross, because it was nasty.
And the staff's utilizing the gym, and, it's just very small, it's very cramped, the locker rooms, I mean, it's just, and even now, we have to be careful, because if there's a female officer exercising, and then the locker room door opens up, I have officers in there. So it's just not, the layout's not good, it's just.
And you're getting more people, so there's more people in the building.
We're gonna be very cramped.
And the lockers are just archaic,
They're archaic.
just really bad.
So this is a good segue, unless there's any other questions
No.
on this topic. This is a great segue. So we're going to talk a little bit about potential site search and coverage. But what I really want to do is spend the next maybe 10, 15 minutes talking about next steps in terms of the feasibility space needs study that November town meeting approved. $200,000, I think, was appropriated for the new police station feasibility study. And what we're going to do, and Chief, step in when you want. What we envision is that we're going to do an assessment of the existing facility. As we sit within these four walls, I think everybody in this room would be of the opinion that the bones of that existing facility are at the point that it's not salvageable and could not be used or rehabilitated to make a 21st century police station. I'm just going to say that. However, because I'm not an engineer, I want an engineer, somebody with that expertise, to go in and take a look at it and give us their assessment of the existing facility. Some of the things that we're talking about now with regards to physical space size and layout, that is going to be hopefully identified with the space needs study. Having another consultant expert come in and kind of take a look, an architectural firm come in and take a look and kind of lay out that building. I think, I don't think, I know, the next Falmouth Police Department police station is going to be constructed to fit our needs for the next 50 years. So we have to have that vision looking forward to make sure that it's sized appropriately. Right now, we're staffed at 67.
We're supposed to be, this July, we'll be at 67.
Okay. So I mean, that's an important number. That's where we're at in July of 2024, but what are we going to be at in July of 2034 and July of 2044? So that's the kind of thing that we need to project. As we look to design what we all understand is likely going to be the new police facility. So Jeff, Peter, and I have been talking about kind of the next steps, and we'll be bringing some more information back to you. Peter and I just yesterday were talking about, reaching out to some consultants, perhaps some that we're, using in other current projects, construction projects that we have underway, trying to identify whether they have the bandwidth and capacity with regards to a 21st century police station to kind of give us some assistance. It would have to be, I'm going to defer to Peter, because he's more expert right now, certainly than I am. We'll have to kind of, bid this out, like an RFQ, request for qualifications. Go ahead, Peter, you kind of chime in.
Sure. So, ultimately, we know we're going to need an owner's project manager and an architect. And we know that when we begin to design a new building, the state law requires that we hire an OPM and specifies that we have to hire the OPM before we select the architect. But then there's this feasibility piece that we're doing first, and that can be before the OPM. The piece that we need to research is there one firm that we can go to that can do a feasibility study that also can serve as our OPM, just so that we have a relationship started with that OPM that can carry us through the whole project. It may be that in order to do a space needs study, we really need an architect. And the process that we went through, and I don't know, Doug, you may remember with the senior center. So there was a feasibility phase where we don't know where we're going yet. We haven't picked our site. We're working with an architect, and you can hire an architect and then just pick your site and get funding for design, and then hire an OPM and an architect. So the first architect and the second architect don't have to be the same when it comes to the feasibility study. Probably getting more into the weeds. The takeaway is we need to hire a professional, and we're still researching whether that first feasibility study is going to be an architect or an OPM, or both, right at the beginning.
And I've spoken to an architect. They actually reached out to me because they knew of our situation. And I've taken several tours of facilities, and I want everyone to know that this facility is going to be community-based. I'm a true believer in community engagement, and what that means is right now it's difficult for me to have members of the public utilize our training room because it's in the heart of the station, and we're going through accreditation and certification, and it just doesn't meet those standards. So this building is going to have, when you walk into the lobby, it's going to be very friendly, public-friendly. There's going to be conference rooms that the public can book and utilize. There's going to be a training room. It's going to be amphitheater-based, where, when I went and toured Shrewsbury, the IRS had a training in there, where other departments can utilize it, other town departments can utilize it, the community can utilize it. I can see a community engagement event, having a movie night for the kids. I mean, this is going to be really community-based building. We're talking about 21st century policing. We're talking about, for instance, Shrewsbury had, they had a binary locker room. They had a prayer room that faced the east because they have several Muslim officers and Sikh officers, because that population is very large in that area of the state. You know, those are things I want to look at and think about, and have a facility that's going to meet the needs of our community, of everyone. And also, like you talked about, the booking room, safety and security of our officers. And I can send you, I have a tour of the building that I've been sending out to my staff. I'd like to build something like Shrewsbury. I'd like it to look more like Bourne's in Orleans, Cape style. You know, but basically a 21st century building that our staff and our community can be proud of, that we can showcase. As the town manager said, I'm not talking 50, 60, 70 years ahead. In Shrewsbury, they have a traffic division suite. They don't have a traffic division, right? We need a traffic division here in Falmouth. And I want to build that out so someday we can make that happen. When I left Westboro, I had made a deputy chief and I had made a lieutenant. I added to the department. I filled those 2 offices. Now the current chief's going for a 4th lieutenant. He has no space, so he's got to double people up. I want to make sure we have extra office space, so when we grow 2034 and 44, that we have room for those folks. You know? So I'm excited for it. The staff is really excited for it. You know, I gave some locations. That came from my staff. They're driving around. They've been charged. They're excited for it. It's like I've talked about 1,000 times. A new set of eyes came in, took a look at things. It's like you buy a house next to the train tracks. Eventually you don't hear the train. They didn't see how bad it was, but it was bad, as you know, just the women's locker room. They should be able to take a shower. So I'm excited, you know, for us as a PD, but as a community, that we're gonna have a facility that everyone can utilize in one way, shape, or form, to make us, again, more approachable and that community engagement piece. And I think Shrewsbury did a fantastic job. I want to make ours better, but I think it's probably one of the nicest facilities in the state. This will be my 4th building project, so I can tell you I have some experience in dealing with these projects. I've got a great team who's going to help me, quite frankly. And like I said, I'm hoping, you know, I'd like to be out of there tomorrow, but I get it. It's going to take a little bit, is why we're trying to make it a little bit better now for your amazing police officers, men and women that make up Falmouth PD.
Can we get periodic updates on the progress of this process? I'd like to know,
Yes,
to make sure that we're going to be
I leaned over to
moving it.
Peter, and I wanted to make sure what I'm next about to say was realistic. So within the next 60 to 90 days, you know, I'm trying to be cognizant and aware of all the other projects that we're working. This is a priority. So within the next 60 to 90 days, I want to be able to have that stitched up with regards to the architect, OPM, and then bring something in front of select board so we can get that started.
That would be great.
You know, it's been November when we had the funding approved.
Right.
Obviously, we're gearing up for April town meeting, but yeah, no more excuses. We'll do 60 to 90 days. We'll have something in front of you to approve to get the process going.
Mr. Brown?
Are we thinking that we need a new location? Is that kind of already predetermined?
Yeah, so
I think so.
yeah, so we've had some, and again, I'm certainly no expert, and the chief has been involved in police station facility construction projects. Peter's done some. I've done senior center construction projects. What I do know is that I think that the footprint of the 21st century Falmouth PD station is not going to fit on the current location.
And it's a tough site already, because we put the senior center there, and it's pretty maxed out, so getting the police station out of there probably relieve that site and give us some more opportunities there.
And I was at finance last week in talking about, you know, our fleet. You know, we need to expand our fleet. Where do I park them?
Yeah.
You know, they're
I
going
was
to be
just
out
going to say
front.
parking. Where do,
And the other big advantage, just the last thing, is you can continue to operate in that building, get the new
Correct.
building built, and then
Correct.
transition, rather than
That
try to
is the
struggle.
benefit.
Go ahead, Mr.
And
Zelinski.
there'd be a cost to annexing the police department. If you were to redo that and tear that down, you'd still, the money that would be spent to annex the police department while that was being built
Right.
could go into a new building and a new site, I would think.
And
Exactly.
it was a nightmare. When I was in Westboro, they rehabbed the Forbes Municipal Building. And when I took over, we were in an office park. And you want to talk about a safety nightmare. You know, we're rolling around with someone in the lobby of this facility while a young dad is bringing his 5-year-old to the dentist, you know? So it's, you know, there's no generator, you know, there's no camera system, there's no, you know, every day I walk into the glass bubble and say, hopefully, okay, all the tires aren't slashed.
No lockdown, nothing.
So it's, you know, one of those situations where I think I really do. I think new construction, I think if we find an old facility, you always find something. You know, we found an old well. You know, there was some issues that they had to mitigate that stopped construction because you're opening up a 100-year-old building. You don't know what you're gonna find. So that would be my recommendation, but I think we're doing the right thing. I think by having a feasibility study and having the experts tell us the wheres, the hows, how big, I think is great. And I do have some experience and some input that I can hopefully be, you know, help, be a productive process.
And I'd recommend if you have a chance to go and look at, the Chief mentioned the Bourne facility. I was over there a couple of months
I've
ago,
seen
and
Bourne.
they do have a nice community meeting space.
Very
It
nice.
is right off their main lobby, so like the Chief said, it's accessible.
It's a great way to get the community and the police department working on the same.
Mr. Muscally, you were next.
Just wondering, have you identified any potential sites and what the requirements would be?
So,
acreage and so
that's a
on?
great question. Sometimes I gotta stop myself because I'll put the cart before the horse. So we have had some informal, and I'm gonna ask Peter while he's up there, maybe pull these up, because that's a good segue now too. So we do have some potential sites that we've been looking at. I think it's gonna, in my opinion, it's gonna be important that we get this expert, right, to kind of give us, I've been using, 3 to 6 acres as far as the minimum.
5 acres.
I think it's gonna be more than 3. So probably 5.
Yeah, that's a good number.
So Jed Cornock, the town planner, as you probably all know, for the past couple of months has been working on this really comprehensive town-owned parcel inventory and evaluation. And I've got a couple of slides I asked Jed to provide me. Just a couple of, for instance, or for example, I should say, sites that would fit some of these kind of loose parameters, road frontage, obviously. Location, as Chief will tell you, is going to be critically important. So I guess what I'm saying is that we have looked informally as a staff that, quite honestly, doesn't have a lot of expertise in terms of siting a police facility. The Chief and his crew, his officers have looked at some additional sites. We'll talk about those this afternoon, but with a caveat that they're just potential. And until we get an expert with that lens to look at it, in terms of, again, what the square footage footprint, is it going to be 1-story, 2-story? Bourne's 2-story, right? 2-story. What the footprint of the facility is going to look like, how many square feet, and then the parking requirements based upon a fleet size for some X number of officers, not just in 24, but in 34 and 44. So making sure that we have that space to expand on. So are you able to pull some of those
I
up?
have all 3 up, yep.
Okay. So if you don't mind, can you flip to the, I think on the slide, it's on the desktop, I think Jed had given us those.
Oh, do we have slides for?
He did give us, yeah.
I just
yeah.
pulled up the website.
It's at the bottom, I minimized it. No, it's minimized in the tray. Locust.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So sorry, close that one out, Peter. No, close that one out. Yeah, it's one above that one right there, number 10. I think it says 10, yeah. And just scroll through. There you go.
Oh, they're right here. I got you.
Is that the first one? Yeah.
Yep.
So, I don't know if you can expand. Can you go into? All right. So this is an example, and I think Jed gave us 3. And again, based on my very loose parameters. This is a site off of Locust Field Road. And again, all of the sites that we're going to be discussing today are town-owned parcels. Obviously, that's the priority.
What's that cleared land next to it?
That is a former.
Lynch's Pit,
Yeah, it's a former sand
Lawrence
pit.
Lynch's Pit.
Lawrence,
Oh, okay.
yeah, Lawrence Lynch, right.
It's down by the,
Lucasfield Road.
And I can zoom in on that
Yeah, this is
graphic if you want, but I
If you
don't.
can, if you
Do
can.
that.
Starting park?
Yeah.
Right near the leaf dump then.
Yeah, but it,
And Chief Loring may be seeing these for the first
So
time.
this is Deer Blacksmith Shop and Locust Field. This is Blacksmith Shop here, and this is the Lawrence Lynch sand pit. And, yeah, this is the compost site. This is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what is the size of that parcel?
That is,
3.5.
well, this is 3.5 acres here. That's also town-owned land, 2.6, and that's not. So it's, I believe we have both of these 2 lots to work with.
All right, okay.
Now I'll flip back to
That's by my
here.
house, I like that.
It's safe.
And again, you know, the configuration, the shape of those parcels may not lend themselves to the siting of a police facility. We'll have to take a look. This is just one example. Jed's probably another month and a half or 2 months out, I think he told me, from completing or significantly completing this parcel inventory and evaluation. But what I think is really interesting is you're looking at these sheets is the fact that he's looking at all of these different evaluation criteria. And we'll be able, because it's a database, we'll be able to run queries for, you know, town-owned properties with utilities, fully entitled utilities, road frontage, based upon square foot, the acreage, the area of the lots, that sort of thing. So it's going to be a pretty valuable database for us to have once he's complete.
So this is the Allen parcel, Zero Carriage Shop, and it looks really exciting when you look at the 71 acres of land available, but actually all but 14 are open space restricted. So 14 acres were carved out, I believe, with wastewater discharge in mind. And this is the prime land-based wastewater discharge site. So this is one of the challenges we're going to have in selecting a site for the police station is if we get approval for an outflow for wastewater, then we don't need this for discharge. But if we don't, then we're going to be looking for potentially multiple discharge sites, and this is one of the prime ones.
What is the road frontage? What is that?
Where am I seeing frontage?
Can you expand that, the aerial?
I can certainly expand the aerial on this one. The frontage is on Carriage Shop, was that the question? There's quite a bit of frontage here.
Okay.
Yeah. And so this is Sandwich Road right here.
Right.
So this is, you know, it's a pretty nice central location, I think. Better than Locust Field.
Take the dog for a walk at lunchtime?
And then the third, if we want to move on to the third, this is Zero Woods Hole Road by the Cape Cod Country Club, right on Route 151.
Not very
It's
central.
a choke point there, though.
Not very central.
It's right near my house.
Yeah,
I
some
like
people might
it.
like it.
The ground's good over there off of Locust Field, too. It's got good material, good earth material there, I know that.
But it's a weird location for a police department.
Yeah, it is. I
Locust
heard an old timer from another town telling me that when their town built a police station, they were thinking about moving it out of downtown and putting it in a central location like what we're talking about. And he said that the town meeting wouldn't support it because they wanted it to be closer to the downtown because that's where all the action is. I wonder if we're gonna get pushback like that.
Well, you feel like most, if I may, the areas of town that are building up, for the same reason we gave for the fire station moving out to where it is now, is because that's the only land that's left. That place, all that land will consistently be built out more, which will balance everything out and will make the police department in an area like that centrally located.
Yeah. I'm not arguing.
I think.
I'm just saying it was interesting feedback to hear from this
Yeah.
person.
Any other questions or comments? Mr.
One
Muscali?
question is, could someone tell me what the story is with the lot on Gifford that's owned by the Steamship Authority that's been decommissioned and been
Well, that's
vacant
another thing
for
that I didn't bring up during
years?
this.
I mean, that's a,
That there's an argument right now that we should be complaining to the state that Steamship Authority is not being, they're being disingenuous about saying that they closed the Katomet lot because offsetting for all the other lots that they have in town, but then they didn't close the Katomet lot. We're way off topic, but
Yeah.
That-
yeah, but I'm
Let's,
just,
we
there's
need
something
to,
else to go.
parcel, I'm just curious.
we need to
but
bring it
yeah, no problem.
back to the
As-
I'm familiar
the
with
police
As a
station.
potential police station site.
Well,
we're
as
asking.
Yes.
some.
As some kind of site.
Something, but, you know, as far as it being there and it not being used, I mean, it's a sin, from what I can see.
that would be a pretty good location too.
Yeah, that's all, sorry.
Questions or comments?
So to wrap that all up, so
Yes.
within the next 90 days, we'll bring back to, in front of Select Board, a plan going forward, having, you know, the process of selecting the architect, OPM, and all of that zipped up. Because I think we all want to move this project forward.
And then after that, I would like subsequent updates to the board, just because if you recall, when we did our strategic plan, we put this as a very high priority after each one of us spent time over there. And I literally got the willies. It was just
This is part of
disgusting.
the capital improvement plan.
I just want to make sure that the board is updated every step of the way so that we know it's moving.
And like we discussed in the morning session with the capital project tracker, that will become a page, right, the sheet in itself, the new police facility.
Okay.
Maybe we should send a letter to the Steamship Authority and say, since how you declared that you're not using that lot anymore, we might be interested in it.
We want it back.
Yeah. Can't, eminent domain, can't we
I've-
take it?
I've got it on the list of potential sites
Okay.
Yeah.
now.
Any,
If you'd like to come in and see what we've done to the current facility, please give me a call. Sure.
I might want to go over. I'd like to see the
You can see a
improvements.
little pep in the step.
Let me know
It's
when
a step.
it's time to go.
Yeah, we'll go together. Okay.
Well, it's us, we're
Yeah.
doing it.
Can I
Okay.
just say very quickly
Yes.
on this subject, the other big part of the improvements that's funded that hasn't been accomplished yet is tightening up some of the building envelope, and that's because we have all of the wheels in motion, but the contractor's going to need to do some selective demolition to take out some of the masonry and see what's behind it, so that we can scope out exactly, what needs to be, what masonry work needs to be done, because we want to do as little as possible
Right.
while creating a
That's a
dry, safe work
Pandora's
environment
box,
for a
too.
short
Right.
period of
Are
time.
there integral roof drains that are maybe a problem in that building?
I don't know.
Building's a problem.
I know it is, but
All right, I'm going to wrap this up. Anything else? You all set, Chief Laurie?
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you for coming in, appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move to establishment of entertainment guidelines, regulations, and policy considerations. Mr. Renshaw?
So, if you all remember, it was probably in late August, early September, we circulated, we were experiencing some complaints with regards to some of the entertainment venues. Not necessary to name the establishments, but some of the loud music complaints. I think we had at least one hearing to hear evidence as to what kind of improvements have been made on a particular piece of property. What I want to do this afternoon is kind of circle back to the questions that I posed to you all, and I think everybody submitted some responses. They're part of the packet. There were a list of 6 or 7 questions, potential policy matters for the select board to address. In my mind, and this is where I'm going to ask you for direction, before we go into summer of 2024, I'd really like to get a better handle on how, and this is pure policy, how you want to address the outdoor entertainments, the amplified, non-amplified, because we get complaints. It can be someone strumming on on an acoustic guitar, non-amplified, but we still get complaints. I think that's kind of at the heart in going into the summer months, making sure that we have kind of a tighter policy with regards to the conditions and restrictions. One thing that I heard loud and clear, and if you look in your packet, I summarized, it's entertainment license regulations questionnaire responses. Those were the 7 or 8 specific questions that town council provided to me to shoot out to you all as the elected body to kind of respond. We're trying to get a sense for what direction you want to take the entertainment. In particular, one of the messages I heard loud and clear is that the majority of the board wants to maintain. You don't see any reason to strip out some elements of entertainment and have them be handled administratively. Select board, as it stands right now, wants to hear those things and wants to have that input direct to set conditions or restrictions. Is that?
I think that's correct.
we don't want to, but we feel like we should.
And I respect, I hear that. So I gave some examples of some other communities where I think they break it out by like television or like movie nights. Some of those things can be handled administratively. One of you, Doug, I think it was you, pointed out that, with modern technology, audio technology, some of that stuff can get to the point where it becomes a nuisance, so to speak, or lead to complaints. So that was kind of the first box I checked. I wanted to kind of, through those 8 questions, identify from the board, was there any desire to look at stripping away or removing some of those that are decided upon and voted upon by the select board versus those that could be handled administratively. So I think right now we're going to stick with that, with the current practice. All of the entertainment license applications come in front of the select board to make that call.
Seems like we should, because that's the public face of, you know, if you do it administratively, then you're gonna have people complaining to you individually rather than coming to us.
Right,
I
right.
mean,
We're getting those calls now.
right, because we asked for it.
The other, in like I've already alluded to, aspect that I want to focus on this afternoon is addressing the noise complaints. Right now, I've got more looking into, and this is down the road, this would require a bylaw amendment, looking at our noise bylaw. Right now, I think it's a little bit vague, maybe a little bit antiquated. This is my opinion. What I'd really like to get to ultimately is having some type of a very objective decibel level. What is considered a nuisance? What's that threshold?
You could use the planning board's wind turbine bylaw, what is it, certain amount of dBs above ambient background.
Mm-hmm. And that may be a good starting point. Anyway, town council is going to help work with Peter and I to kind of draft that. And again, that's in the future, near future, hopefully. Because I think without having that right now, it's a little bit too subjective. When an officer responds to a noise complaint, I think it's 150 feet. Mm-hmm. It cannot emanate beyond 150 feet from the property line. What is offensive to one person, to me, may not be offensive to someone else. So I think we really need an objective, concrete number to go for. And maybe we do start with that bylaw, with the wind turbine. What I'd like to do is have you, as part of your packet, I gave you several examples, and actually it was a handout that was at your seat.
The Provincetown.
Yeah, so I want to start with that, because I was talking to the office staff, Phyllis Downey and Diane Davidson, who process a lot of these and work with the applicants. Talking to myself. One of the things that I found interesting, and because Provincetown is right on top, and I think there's 5 or 6 different examples that town council provided me. But I think the Provincetown example is interesting because with regards to entertainment licenses, they split it out between what I'll consider like a general entertainment license and then a special entertainment license. And it's in the special, has everybody found that?
Mm-hmm. Is that the front page one?
It is the front page one, yeah. Provincetown should be in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh, there we go.
So as town council and I have looked at this, and I've talked to, again, both Phyllis and Diane in the front office that typically work with the applicants the most. I'm trying to kind of use the practitioners and the people that actually deal with this stuff on a day-to-day basis as kind of the sounding board, so to speak. Again, it appears that Provincetown wisely has divided these entertainment licenses into the general category and then special. And the special is the outdoor entertainment. Not everybody on Cape even allows, it's my understanding, having done some research, a lot of the outdoor kind of entertainment that Falmouth does. I think it's a great thing, and I'm not looking to like take that away. Obviously, that's your call. I just want a better way to regulate that outdoor entertainment and music. And if you look at 4.02 under the special entertainment licenses category for Provincetown, you'll notice that right now I'm told that for the any entertainment license where there's going to be music, outdoor music played, the front office staff, Phyllis Downey in particular, is responsible for obtaining the abutter list and mailing out. I don't think we do certified. I think we just do general mailings to property owners, abutters within 300 feet, I think is the radius. What I'd like to get your feedback on is whether or not going forward we look to maybe shift that burden, because it is a burden, on the applicant to basically obtain the abutters list from the assessor's office. Provincetown requires, and you can read this, and I'll read it out loud, basically requires that the applicant is responsible for notifying the abutters via certified mail. And there's a strict timeline for when that has to be done. And I'll read, applicants who wish to hold an event outside with entertainment later than 10:30 must apply no less than 30 days prior to the licensing board meeting and notify abutters by mail and submit the certified mailing sheets to the licensing agent prior to the hearing, and I think it's 14 days. I guess the question is this: it puts the onus and the burden on the applicant if they want to pursue having outdoor entertainment to go through those steps, to reach out to the assessor's office, obtain that abutters list, and we can stick with the 300 feet, or we can make it even broader or more restrictive. But it puts the onus on the applicant to bear the cost and the time involved in notifying those
It's only
properties.
$25.
And I think in just my short 8 months, in talking to some of the folks that have made complaints, in my opinion, there seems to be perhaps a lack of communication and dialogue from the very start. And some of our events are recurring, right? But some of them are not. Some of them are new. So this would kind of force that dialogue between the business establishment, the applicant, and their neighbors, quite
Yeah.
honestly.
It's good.
I
And then
like
they'll
it.
have a return address.
I like it. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if there isn't any some kind of rental audio equipment that, in these big events, that could be rented for that event, that would measure at a certain distance what that is, so when the police are called, because you know they're going to be, they can see if they're in violation or not. Because all of this is good, but they'll tell you whatever you want to hear, and they have their event, and then they come, you have all your complaints, and the horse is already out of the barn kind of thing. The cops can't, when they come there, they can't measure the decibels, they don't know.
Well, so there is, I've used equipment in the past that is almost like a radar detector, right, where you can aim it and measure that. So when we go down that path of creating that bylaw amendment to have that decibel reading, it's kind of, what is the Falmouth community's threshold? What is considered a nuisance and what is acceptable? Once we have that number, the technology is out there and it's handheld, and it's not too expensive. The issues is that it makes it more easily enforceable, but it is an extra step in the process. And I don't know, I'm just thinking this through. I haven't talked to the chief yet, but maybe the sergeant's car has this equipment, right? So if we get a complaint at 10 o'clock at night, the sergeant on shift would ride out and have that piece of equipment, measure the decibel. Ideally, you would want, if it's a violation, if it's over that decibel limit, either a warning or a citation issued that moment. I think what's happening right now is that basically they tell them to shut it down, turn it down. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Maybe they have to go back out. It's just tying up a lot of the resources. So what we're shooting for is having, again, that objective kind of threshold number that we can. If it's an offense and they can write a citation, then so be it. Do it, and that way we'll have that documentation. If it has to be heard, but what we call it an enforcement hearing, a violation hearing, we at least have that information. If you recall, all I had to bring before you at that last enforcement hearing was history of complaints. There wasn't a whole lot, unfortunately, of disposition to those complaints. It was just, PD responded, but there was no real, was there a citation issued? Well, no, because we don't really have that threshold established.
So is there a consultant company that gives you that number, or how do you arrive at this number?
Yeah, so that'll be part of the work in progress. I don't know the answer to that question yet. I think that we have to, look at the number, the decibel reading.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can't do anything till we have that number, right?
Yeah, so maybe we start someplace.
10 dB above ambient background.
Yeah, maybe we
I'm
start.
pretty sure that's what the planning board came up with a professional consultant for what would constitute an annoyance.
It should be on record somewhere then.
And if you're at the shipwreck, your ambient background's a lot louder because the ocean is loud. If you're next to the highway, again, you're going to be able to play your music a little louder because of the area that you're in. You're going to need to play it louder for the customers to hear it. But if you're on a farm in the middle of nowhere and there's no traffic, you're going to have to be keeping it pretty quiet.
Yeah, I would just add that there's nothing simple when it comes to sound and noise. So there isn't going to be, unfortunately, and we got into this a little bit with the Trotting Park pickleball study, you can't hire a consultant and say, how much noise is okay? Right. I mean, because you ask 360 people how much noise is okay, you get 360 answers. So the best we're going to be able to do is bring in, we can survey the sort of regulatory landscape and find out what other communities are doing. We can bring comparative information that says, you know, this number of decibels above ambient sounds like, you know, a lawnmower, and this sounds like a hairdryer. So we can provide some comparative information, but ultimately, you know, it's going to be a community engagement process and a town meeting vote to say, what is our community standard?
And this is beyond the entertainment, I mean, we're talking obviously this afternoon about entertainment licenses. This goes beyond
Say,
that.
this is noise, this would
This is
be
noise,
timber and the
Yeah.
complaints we had with respect to timber.
Somebody having a house
bowling
party.
alley and all that.
Right.
And a pickleball court.
And pickle.
So it would establish that Falmouth community standard in terms of what is a nuisance and what is not, what's acceptable.
Sounds like a good idea.
Well, so that's the goal. So I wanted to talk about that and then get your take. And again, I don't want to highlight P-Town unnecessarily, but I do think it's kind of a novel approach where they put that onus and the burden on the applicant
I think that's a
to
good
search
idea.
out, and it starts that dialogue. So
They have a separate licensing board.
It'll also give
Province
the,
staff.
it'll give the establishment a better understanding of who their impacted neighbors are. So it gets off on the right foot.
Own it.
in Provincetown, I mean, we're dense, but Provincetown, it takes density to the next level. So I mean,
Really
they
dense.
have that issue too, just like we do. So I think maybe it is a good kind of an example in a way. But yeah, so we'll, Peter and I will work with town council to kind of draft some language. Because as you, and I should have had these pages numbered. In your packet, let's see if I can find it with the title on the page. There's a copy of the existing. Stuff all spread out.
Is that it?
Yeah, probably, there's some highlighted language. Yeah, okay, it is it. So in your packet, and it's actually the document title, it's our current entertainment licenses.
Starts with overview, MGL.
It does,
140.
Section 181 entertainment license.
Yep.
So in working with town council, again, in the fall of last year, we're trying to figure out exactly kind of, you know, where within this document these changes might occur. And you can see there's some, hopefully it's highlighted in your document, maybe not.
You could start it right after the first paragraph.
You could.
say,
You could.
Falmouth has established a regulatory monitoring policy.
Right.
And introduce them to the concept that you'll start by getting the abutters list right there.
Yeah, we could. It doesn't matter necessarily where we plug it into the existing document. So what I will do based on this feedback is have town council draft some of that language similar to Provincetown with regards to the onus, the responsibility of obtaining the abutters list and then notifying the abutters by mail shifts to the applicant versus, and that'll free up, quite honestly, staff time as well so that they can be doing some other activities beyond compiling and sending those mailers out,
And it's-
and the cost. I mean,
And it's good for the applicant to get to know the neighborhood.
I think that's
I
the
agree.
way I wanted to sell this initially is and again, initiating that dialogue with the neighbors, right, as far as what they're intending to do. That way the neighbors can't say, and I have heard this since I've been here, that they had no idea it was coming. Well, they were notified, here's the certified mailing label saying that they received the mail. It was sent out.
Mr. Muscally?
You know, when the summer complaint came up, I did a little investigating, and it seems that the law is that the burden or the responsibility is on the town to show what the problem is, that the presumption is that the license holder or the facility or operator is entitled to a license, and it becomes the town's responsibility to show why it's not a good idea. So there's a presumption, I think, that the applicant is entitled to a license, so that the structure of the regulation has to be, you know, the things that we find to be problematic. That's.
I just was, follow-up question on that. I know that I think there's a property, once a license has been granted, then we have to, you know, then there's sort of a burden of proof on the town to remove that license. I'm not sure I'm not sure it works the same way for a new license.
Again, I did very cursory research, but what I came up with was that there is a presumption that an establishment is entitled to a license, and the burden then shifts on the town to show why, because it's a nuisance, it has regulations in place, so, but.
I think
We'll look at
Peter's
that.
right about
But we'll look at it.
Yeah.
We'll
So
look at
you've granted, the town's not liable for private property.
And
More
until-
work to do, go ahead.
Until we establish the decibel piece too, how do you show that it's a problem? So, okay, are we ready to wrap this up? Do you know
have
where
one
you're
more
going?
section. One
Please.
It's a lot easier to.
Oh, go ahead.
It's a lot easier to show if you have an objective standard.
Exactly.
That
And you
I
do
agree
have
with.
to have, yeah.
So for this
Go ahead.
last section, if you don't mind,
Yes.
we're going to
No, go
transition
ahead.
to the review and discuss town mission and vision statement and core
Yes.
values. And I'll keep this short. I've got it for 30 minutes, but it won't take me that long. So, you have this in your packets, but I'm going to put it up on the screen as well.
I was just wanting to close up that last conversation, Mr. Renshaw.
Oh, okay.
Not cut you
I thought
off.
you were trying to chase me out of.
No, no.
All right. I will keep it short.
No, you've got as much time as you need.
Can I have 5?
We're on overtime.
down.
We're getting overtime.
Getting
From
paid
here
for this,
on,
right?
from
Double
here
your-
on in, it's
double
double
your pay.
time.
All right, there we go.
We get like 12 cents an hour now?
So for the past probably 5 months, Peter and I have been working with the department heads. And I mean, this is kind of the tail end of the work. It's developing core values. And I'll go through that in a second. What's important to Peter and I, to the management team, is that we have a good foundation, right? Like when you're building a house, you don't want to put it on sand, right? You want good rock as a foundation. What we're looking to do through this process, and it started 5 or 6 months ago, is create a mission and vision statement organization-wide. Right now, each of the departments, or most of the departments, some have it on their webpage, some don't, but most of the departments have a mission and vision statement, which I think is great. But what I found interesting is that the town of Falmouth doesn't have kind of an overarching, select board approved mission and vision statement. We may not be able to get there this afternoon because this is probably more than a 20-minute conversation, and I want to keep it shorter than that. But what I want to do is kind of highlight some of the work that we've already done, and then get some feedback from you going forward. So this should probably do this. This basically gives you kind of an illustration of that foundational and kind of the continuum, right? The mission statement. What is it we do today? Who do we serve? What are we trying to accomplish? What is our purpose as a municipal organization? And what impact ultimately do we want to achieve? The vision statement, a little bit more focused, or forward thinking, I should say. What are we looking to do in the future, moving forward? What do we want to achieve? What do we want to be 10 years, 20 years, 40 years down the road? And what kind of future society do we envision? And lastly, and I think this really, in my mind, the values, what I call it the core values, this is really the foundational stuff. What is it we stand for as an organization, the town of Falmouth? What behaviors do we value over everything else? What do we hold the most dear? How do we want to conduct our activities? How do we want to interact, the customer service piece that we discussed earlier today? And how do we want to treat members of our own organization and the community? And that certainly speaks to the customer service. So it is about charting a course, because in my mind, without having a mission statement, you have no North Star. You have no bearing that you're shooting for. So by developing an organization-wide mission statement, which we're going to go through, we really kind of identify that North Star. And you can read, we're not going to go through each of these bullets, but it defines the purpose and our reason for being. It motivates the employees. That's huge, and I've seen it, and Peter and I have seen it. And you heard from Susan Lumping, the HR director, how people get motivated and inspired by having kind of these core kind of values in a strong foundation. So it motivates employees, again, towards that common near-term goal and then future orientation, future goals as well. When you're developing a mission statement, you've probably all heard this before, it's got to be short and sweet. Can't be flowing, a lot of flowery language. It's got to be short and sweet, something easy to, like, if not commit to memory, know pretty easily when you see it. And again, it focuses on really 4 core value cornerstones. What do we do today? Who is it we're going to serve? What are we trying to accomplish? And what impact do we want to have? So this is a draft, and literally we scribbled some stuff down. Some of the department heads and I looked at it, but it hasn't been vetted throughout the departments. I want to do that, but I'm here to get your feedback in terms of number one, your thoughts on the need to have kind of this overarching organization town-wide mission statement. Is that something you would value having? Because we're going to use it in our recruiting information. Because if you look at most of the more successful organizations, this is part of, again, the recruiting materials, those kind of documents. Town of Falmouth's mission is to efficiently maintain and improve upon our facilities, infrastructure, and customer service to allow our citizens, businesses, employees, and visitors the opportunity to live, work, and play tomorrow and for future generations.
I like your mission statement. However, I would put, because one of the questions that you want to answer is who do we serve, I would ask that you put customer service first, infrastructure second, and facilities third.
Okay,
I
that's
think the human
comment.
element piece has got to be first.
So the framework of that long sentence is okay, and the elements, you just want the orders.
I would just ask that you put customer service first, infrastructure, and
That's the same
facilities.
kind of discussion we had a couple of months ago with department heads when we came up with the core values that I'll get to in a second, as far as the order. And they saw the same thing in terms of kind of the importance and the priority of one thing over another. So we'll move that language around.
Great.
And I'll zip this up and bring it to a future select board meeting, but any other comments or input, feedback on the language that's currently in front of us today? Again, I didn't intend to do this, complete it today, but if we can move it forward.
Do away with efficiently? No
No,
way.
it's just wordy, that's all. I mean, I think, but again, that's just what I
like being efficient.
I like efficient.
I think I want to think about it some more.
Tell you what, you have this as part of your packet. I appreciate the feedback about switching the order up. Customer service goes to the top of this list within the statement. Give me and Peter your additional feedback. Think about it. I'm not looking to do this in the next month, but I think it's something in the next maybe 3 months I'd like to have kind of shored up.
It's a great concept to have.
Yeah, I'll say that I pulled out the human resources ones because I really, really like these. I feel like they're really strong and really send a message. So I want to spend some time really thinking about it.
Okay, and yeah, and Susan and her crew did a great job, and there's some other examples too. And again, you know, the departments are doing their own, and ideally you want it to kind of be like a pyramid, right, where the departments' goals mirror, obviously the select boards, don't contradict. So that's the piece that we'll be working on. And that's why I wanted to get in front of you today so that you can kind of give me some feedback. But again, we don't need to necessarily agree to anything right now. Give it some more thought. You have this as part of your packets. And then if you have some input, if it's redundant or too wordy, we'd be happy to kind of wordsmith it as we go along. Shifting gears real quick, without spending too much time, I want to talk about the vision statement. And again, this is future focused. What it is we're looking to aspire to be or hope to be. New services, that sort of thing, should be inspirational and motivational. I mean, that's really the key to a well-written vision statement, but also provide that North Star, that clear direction in mapping out where the select board wants the town of Falmouth as an organization to go. Where are we going moving forward? What do we want to achieve in the future, and what kind of future services do we want to deliver to our customers? And this is very short, very sweet, and probably needs certainly some wordsmithing. But again, as a vision statement, where do you want to be in the future? You want to be the premier, you want to be the best. And we've listed here Cape Community providing the most responsive and highest quality services for our residents, businesses, and visitors. But again, I'm going to toggle back. Where are we going moving forward? Well, I mean, we could make an argument we're the best already, but, you know, we can always aspire to do better, right? So being the premier Cape Community.
To remain the.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
I would say somewhere in there, I'd like to highlight that we want to be good stewards of the funds, you know, almost like a bank. You know, you can trust Rockland Trust. You can be sure that we're not going to waste your money. I don't know how you'd word it, but somewhere in there to make people realize that we have a fiscal responsibility.
So the stewardship, the financial stewardship issue. Okay, we'll work that in and bring something back to you. Any other pieces of feedback?
But if you're going to talk about fiscal or fiduciary responsibility, I think then I would want to say something about the environment. Because now we're picking.
You don't want to highlight just one thing.
Exactly, because then you can't just pick one, like fiscal responsibility being more important than like being environmental stewards. So in some ways, I'm not sure that we should get into those, but I don't know. It was just a thought.
Tricky.
Is services too narrow? Because services is a lot of what we do, but it's not, to your point, like two things that come to mind, environment and affordability isn't really addressed here.
We could literally spend hours.
Yes.
Right.
you
I know. We could
facilitating-
spend days.
And have
Facilitated
five
discussions
different
like this.
and
We
have
could
five
spend days
different
doing this.
ideas.
My ask is this, is you have some opportunity, look this over again, you all have hard copies of it, and then jot some things down. The key words, phrases that you want incorporated, and just be mindful, and I know you will be, of kind of, those elements, right? Whether it be the mission statement, who are we today? What do we do today? Who do we serve? And then, again, that forward-leaning, forward-thinking vision statement. Where are we going moving forward? What do we want to achieve in the future? Maybe it is protecting and ensuring the protection of our natural resources, because that is glaringly absent in the example that I gave. So just, that's my ask, is that you just bring back some comments going forward. Because I would like to wrap this up and have a good document that Susan can start using in the recruiting brochures in the next couple of months. So really proud of this and the efforts that were put together by, and this was at the department level and the division heads, building strong core values. Peter and I worked with the department heads and division heads probably over the course of 3 months, developing a list. I think we went from 52 potential core values down to 5. And I'm going to go through and highlight what those are. But just to give you, and you've probably seen this before, good solid core values should really guide the decisions and behaviors of the people, right? In this case, Town of Falmouth employees within the organization. Really send a signal, a message to the outside, to our external stakeholders and customers, what's important to the Town of Falmouth as an organization. What behaviors do we value above everything else? How do we conduct ourselves? How do we treat members of the community and our own internal customers, our team? So what we came up with, and this is just an example of the process. There's a lot of wordsmithing, a lot of vetting over the course of a few months. Again, whittling down a list of 52, identified what literally every department head and division head thought was important. We wrote them all down. Nothing was excluded. And then we met in this room and kind of went through the list. And we did the sticky wall process with the dots, if you remember the voting, right? Everybody gets a certain number of dots. Use them sparingly and use them wisely. And whittled down, we went down from 52 core values to these 5 that I'm going to go through with you right now. And I think it's important that, because I would like to start incorporating the core values, these 5 that I'm going to review with you in the next few minutes, I would like your recognition that these are kind of something that we can start using in recruiting brochures and information. We'll work on the mission and vision statement going forward, but the core values, I'd like to get your input and kind of feel comfortable that we can lock into
I
it.
like that one.
Yeah, so,
Yes.
Very much.
so what you see, so we had them kind of listed out. What I did initially is I listed them by the number of dots. Again, when we did that exercise, when we whittled them down to 52 to 5, based upon the number of dots, popularity, right? So just kind of stuck them up. Teamwork had the most dots, communication had the second most dots, and so on. Then we had the follow-up discussion. Well, is teamwork, that's important. It's an important core value, but is that more important than honesty and integrity? No. I mean, honesty and integrity is where the rubber hits the road, right? I mean, that's where it starts, right? Without that, you have nothing.
You're not going to have any teamwork if you're not honest.
Right.
So that's the discussion that we had, and it was a great discussion. So we ended up shifting, like we're going to do with customer service, we ended up shifting honesty and integrity to the very top, because we do want this to be reflective of, if not a strictly priority order, we want to send the message, again, this is part of what this is all about, to the external community, that honesty and integrity is the most important core value for the Town of Falmouth, for the employees.
Mr. Muscali?
Just 2 things. I mean, honesty and integrity, I think, may be separate. They're not necessarily lumped together, so that's one question.
Yeah.
And the other is, my understanding is that it would not just be the employees of the town. I would think this would cover the members of the various committees that.
I think it would
town-
cover anyone.
Right,
Yes.
so when we say employees, I think in
Yeah,
a broader
you're right,
sense,
right.
I think we want to bring in, people that are on committees and serving
I think you're exactly spot on. And the point you made, the first point, was something that we had
You've
quite a bit
already
of
had that
discussion about.
discussion.
Yeah. So they were separate, weren't they? They were broken out, honesty, integrity. And the vote of the people, so to speak, the department and division heads, was that we were going to combine them into kind of one kind of a concept.
There's nothing about integrity in the statement there. It
It's
says
implied.
honesty, right?
Well,
Doesn't
being
really-
honest gives you integrity.
Right, if you're not honest, you have no integrity.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Well, he's
I
a
no, I
lawyer.
agree, I'm just saying.
Integrity or
I'm not
honesty.
This
sure-
is why
I'm not-
we didn't have lawyers in the
not
room
sure
when we went
they're
through.
Yeah, I know.
interchangeable, that's all, but we can talk about that.
That's why we've identified both.
We saw a nexus, a
But you're right,
connection between
the
the two.
verbiage speaks more to honesty than integrity.
But,
Sometimes
but,
lawyers have to separate the two to do their work.
yeah, but you know how lawyers are. But I think,
thing.
but I think I think one way to solve that issue, though, would be we believe that honesty and integrity are the backbone of our credibility.
I wouldn't change it at all.
I'm just saying. I think it's great as written, but
Okay, so we certainly can, and we'll take a look at incorporating integrity back into it. I want to keep it short. I mean, you do want it to be concise and kind of compact. We believe that honesty and perhaps integrity are or is the backbone of our credibility, ensuring our words and actions are always aligned with the truth and the quiet strength of unwavering principles to guide our actions even when no one is watching.
I feel like you say honesty, but integrity is implied by the rest of the sentence.
I
I think
agree.
that's
I'm
part of the
looking at it-
discussion we have.
I
Now,
agree.
I'm looking at a definition of integrity, and actually, I think it does line up pretty well. So, the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. So, I think
There it is.
ensuring that words and actions are aligned with the truth in the quiet strength of unwavering principles, I mean, I think that's integrity.
Yeah.
I like
It's
it.
sort of poetic. I like it.
And the group was really proud of the work, I must say. And Peter, I think you'd agree. I mean, there was a lot of
Yeah.
time spent in the effort, and everybody leaving the process felt really, really good about what they created. Second, transparency. Again, it was maybe further down the list, but the group decided to bump it up because they thought that was very important. We create windows through which trust is built, allowing the community clear insight into our actions and decisions in order to foster accountability and public confidence. The accountability is a theme. Obviously, you've heard us say that a couple of times already today. The windows and transparency, that was an interesting play on words. Was it Jeff Laurie? Chief Laurie came up with this one, I think. His folks, as they created it, not just Jeff. Any comments on that, on the transparency piece?
Love
Good.
it.
Okay.
Love it.
Communication. Again, we had that as the second, but we kind of bumped it down the list by one, I suppose. We value the art of genuine listening, ensuring every word spoken or unspoken bridges understanding and fosters respect, allowing all voices to be heard.
Mr. Muscali?
It seems like it's one-sided, right? I mean, communication is two sides, right? Talking and listening.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yet, here we're just saying listening, so, I don't know.
That's the biggest part of communicating.
But we aren't. We're
Being
saying,
able to listen.
and we're saying ensuring every spoken word or unspoken bridges.
Effective communication, I think the discussion, again, it's interesting you bring this up because it's the same thing we had the discussion in this room with the department heads. I think we talked about how, the foundation or the core of good communication skill begins with first listening.
No doubt.
But it does seem to be kind of one-sided, although, it mentions the spoken and unspoken language.
Well, but from the person who's speaking, not necessarily from the person who's responding.
But you
Yeah.
can have a
Yeah.
conversation with two people speaking when neither one's listening, and that's not effective.
Nothing's done.
Obviously, I agree with respect to listening as part of communication. I'm just,
It's the missing part sometimes.
I see this as, I think you can read this as two-way communication, ensuring every word spoken bridges understanding. That means I need to be thoughtful about the words I choose in order to ensure that it bridges understanding.
I like it.
I might have a few comments. at some
All right,
point.
send them our way. But again, these 5 core values, I do want to begin using as quickly as we can in our recruitment.
But this is what lawyers do.
Number 4.
The verbiage is just out of
Value number
control.
4. Professionalism. I think I think we're back on
Don't believe
track.
in that.
Strike it.
Core value, strike
Not
that
enough
one.
lawyers. Here you go.
We're committed to excellence where expertise meets empathy, ensuring each interaction reflects our dedication to service and respect for all. I thought that was very succinct and very well worded, but if you have any input, any comments?
That one's good.
I like it.
that.
Good, we got one.
We got an A on one.
And lastly, and again, so we originally had this, I mean, it received, again, for what this is worth, I think it received the most dots, right, during the voting as far as the importance or how many people thought it was a core value. But we did think, as we kind of vetted this and moved them around, that it fell towards the bottom. Not to minimize the importance of it, but again, we're trying to be outward facing in the interaction with the customers, I think, and the honesty, integrity, and the transparency kind of rose to the top. Anyway, lastly, core value number 5, teamwork. We're committed to a culture of mutual support and a harmony of diverse skills where each voice is valued, contributing to a unified mission beyond individual capacities. Forget who wrote this one. There was some wordsmithing.
I think there were a lot of hands in this one.
Yeah.
Harmony of diverse skills strikes me as a bit odd. I think I would look for a different word from harmony, but I would not.
Okay.
Combination.
I think it's okay. And I don't mind that it's 5th, but because if you didn't have the other 4 ahead of it, you would never get teamwork.
True. That's true. I think that was part of the conversation we had. So, okay, so we'll look at maybe manipulating or trying to come up. I like harmony because I think it kind of feeds into
Then
the theme
just leave
of
it.
working together.
Leave it.
and
I
so
don't
on.
like
You
it.
like it because you
Well, I
know
don't
you're
like it.
all in harmony.
For what this is worth, there was a couple of these during the process that not everybody agreed upon.
You're
but
getting
we
to
just
the
had to move
silly
on
part of
for the
the
good of the order.
No,
Martin,
it's your fault.
Doesn't sound
Staff
silly
was a
to
lot
me.
more
Yeah.
serious than
It's
you
your
guys, I just want to say.
No, it's fine with me. I
And
just,
I appreciate
been
it.
sitting here
So
for 4
anyway,
hours.
be thinking about mission and vision. When you get a chance, take a look at the kind of the draft. Shoot Peter and I some suggestions, because that is the final piece, and I think one of the most important pieces, right? Because it's your adopted version of mission and vision, right? And again, we'll build the departments to kind of at least not conflict, but match with the organizational mission and vision statement as well. Not that Susan's already done a great job, and I included a copy of that for a reason, because I want you to kind of look at that and use that as a basis. All right, not too bad.
any
20 minutes
questions,
after.
comments?
I would authorize all these right now myself, but if you guys want to comment more, you can.
Are you making a motion, Mr. Brown?
I would move that we adopt these as presented. I think they're great.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second Mr. Brown's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
No? Thank you all very much.
Opposed?
Well, I think if
I'm
you,
not
I think,
comfortable.
I don't see any reason, I mean, we should get this done, but I, would prefer an opportunity to.
So what are you saying? What is your vote, Mr.
I
Muscal?
vote no.
Okay, so it's,
I vote no as well.
okay.
But I love them. I
Yeah.
just wanted to.
We have a majority at 3-2.
Honestly, I wasn't asking for a vote today.
Motion passes. You can still send your comments.
Yeah, not to say they
please.
can't be revised.
Right, exactly.
Amended.
Okay, any other questions or comments, discussion amongst the board? Okay, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
That motion I will make.
I have a second.
All right. I know, I'm not accepting his second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the
Yes.
board? Hearing some, go ahead, Mr. Muscali. None. Hearing none, all those in favor?
For my objection.